Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to our District Development Committee meeting. Now, apologies. We have apologies from Mayor Helen, from Councillor Underwood. They're both in Wellington on council business. And we have Councillor Quigley, who has a medical appointment. Any other apologies? And Councillor Bell for lateness. Thank you. Someone like to move they be accepted? Thank you, Councillor McFadgen. Seconder, Councillor Belsky. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Thank you. We have the minutes of our district development meeting held 16th of February. Someone was at the meeting, like to move that they be approved in accordance with item 3. Thank you, Councillor Blackmore. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Belsky. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Short.
I know we're only receiving the reports from our community organisations today, but I just wanted to note that I am a board member of Youthline Central North Island, and I'll be guided by the chair. I can sit at the back while that presentation is on if you like.
From my point of view, you're welcome to stay at the table.
Thank you. I just needed to note that.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Right, well, we're moving straight into our presentations and we welcome Jerry Sherman, Chief Executive of CEDA. Please come and join us at the table, Jerry, and we look forward to your quarterly update.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for having me on my own today. We've got a bit of COVID in the organisation and a couple of the board members are bouncing around all over the place. So it's just me this morning. So I thought I'd just take the opportunity with a few new councillors in the room just to run through what we do and how we do it, and particularly with a lens on what we do in terms of the district's activities. I had a chat with Lynn earlier in the cycle just to see what they wanted the focus of this to be. So that's where we've been guided. So we'll just go through that and fill you in on that.
Sounds good.
Cool. Is it that one?
So it's turned on, Jerry, at the side.
No, it is now. Beautiful, cool. Okay, so as I said, we wanted to focus on our priorities year to date, particularly on the slide you'll see on the left-hand side are the, I guess, the key activities that we have for both of the shareholders, and on the right-hand side are the key activities that we have for the district's focus. And so clearly we have a focus on inward investment, developing a talent pipeline, and we're just moving, actually, as we go into the next financial year, to collapse our business attraction and retention and expansion strategy and the talent focus together, because they all are part of the same message. And obviously domestic visitation, and we'll talk quite a bit today around our DMP, our Destination Management Plan, just to let you know how that's going along. And then we'll focus on the 5 key issues for the district: promotion and development of key tourism, including Country Road, increased inward investment in the district itself, promoting Manfield, the regional identity work, and how we're looking to contribute to that farm labour shortage picture. Okay, so if I just give you an update on a couple of key things in the inward investment space. So the Manawatu food strategy is tracking along nicely. It's been a not quite a slow burn in the sense of a big inward investment project, but it's certainly taken all of the time since I started in the role to get from halfway through stage 1 to now our stage 2. So that project, and just in terms of timing, is going to be ready for delivery, I think, in July. We're just working through the last of the edits. It's going to design next week. We've got the final piece of the Māori food story being considered in the week starting the 12th of June, or the week of the 12th of June. And then we are having a implementation session on the 29th of June. So that's now gone from, you know, the strategy getting to a point of being just about ready to go to actually moving into what it looks like in an implementation phase. In terms of the district's involvement, we've had significant involvement on the district, which is great. So we've had James Stewart, who's been on the technical advisory group at both of the levels of this, or stage 1 and stage 2 of the project. Grant Kitchen is on the Māori Food Story Partnership Hui. We've interviewed James Stewart, Ian Strawn, Matt Hockin, Shelley Dew Hopkins, and Wayne Benjamin as part of that process, which is great. The district's been well connected through membership of the project control group, also had representation on the lead team, which has seen this project several times. And I think the latest was we've just started to have great links through to the Manawatu and Rangatiki Federated Farmers Group. I went to the annual general meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it was really, really great to connect with them. So we're hoping that that can continue and we can keep them involved in the conversation. Obviously, the other thing that's really important for us is the Boma i Tipu Agri Summit. So that is the project, or the Agri Summit that's coming to the region next June. And Boma, the conference that's happening in June this year, myself and both mayors from the district and the city are going to that event, which is fantastic. If you start looking for it on your social media, it'll stalk you, and you can see the level of quality of that product. Boma will make the decision around where the venue is, and in our pitch document that we put together last year with the district involved, Manfield is one of 3 potential venues for that conference. So, but it's up to Boma as the conference provider to choose who that will be. Even if it doesn't come to pass, we know that there are opportunities that we've actually offered up for this year's conference in Christchurch, where delegates can come into the region and do some visits of some of the things that we have in the region, which is really, really good. But for next year, even if Manfield doesn't happen to be the main conference delivery site, there will still be involvement for the district in that conference anyway. Te Utanganui, it's been a really, really good period over the last, I guess, 6 months in that project. I guess it's kind of the moving time for this, and there's a whole lot of key, I guess, decisions that are going to be made in the next 3 to 4 months that will allow a more aggressive promotion of the Te Utanganui site. And that certainly has some really great uplift for the region. I mean, as recently as, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, wasn't it? We were in region with a group called Martinez, who are a infrastructure provider for KiwiRail, but they're also interested in doing infrastructure outside of the KiwiRail hub. And we had them in city, we brought them out to the district, and Mayor Helen, and we had a visit around, which was really fantastic. So that was awesome that we could do that. So again, in that group, the NDC are included in the project governance structure. That structure and its flavour has changed a lot in the last, or since the last meeting, so since the end of last calendar year. It felt a little bit like a reporting committee rather than a sort of a decision-making forward-looking committee. And now we're trying to have a strategic a project at every meeting. So the last one was a discussion around A320 project, bringing jet services into the airport. The next one is going to be a group called Southern Link, which is looking to establish a special economic zone. And we think that that would have a fantastic uplift for the district as well. So every meeting we try to have some form of, I guess, advanced thinking project on the table. The next one, obviously, is the destination management plan. There's a lot of stuff going on in there. We're doing a lot of work in the Manawatu Food Stories cluster, and that food pilot event has been supported recently. There was a question asked at another council that we worked with around why we weren't present at Trends this year. And Trends is obviously the big conference that was held in Christchurch recently, which has a focus on international tourism. Our domestic market is our strength. So we went to a travel trade event in Auckland last month, and we had a huge number of people coming to see what it was that the district in particular offers, because for us, it is the district that attracts people to the region in terms of the tourism side of things in the main. And Janet and the team went to that event, and they had some fantastic, touch points with a lot of people, which was great. The other one that's really important for us is the Te Apiti Gorge work. And of course, the district sits on the governance group for that, which is out of the Horizons, I guess, management, but we've got a key part in there as CEDA. So we had a couple of important papers went to that committee last month. I think they were well received. It was around applying for IMBI funding for a couple of the projects. But one of the things that we know is that, and we talk about this often, is that tourists don't see boundaries. And so when they come to see something that's close to the whole regional pitch, and I talk about the city and the district, there'll be flow-on effects for other parts like the Manawatu Scenic Route and the Country Road and all those sorts of things, which is great. So good project going well, generated 2 key IMBI applications for funding, so it's good. Just a couple of other things, just in the sort of other category. So we're still in discussions with NZTE around quite an exciting farmer option, which can't talk too much about. It's one of the sort of foibles of inward investment. A lot of the stuff is commercially sensitive, but this is a project that's been, I guess it's a real typical, what we call a tier 2 inward investment opportunity. It's not one of the big hook projects, which are 20 to 30 year projects, but it's one of those ones that's probably going to take 2 to 5 years to come to fruition if it does. We're still in the hunt alongside 2 other regions for potentially having that here, which is great. Mainoki is a classic example of a referral for an inward investment opportunity that was discussed with the district and the city. And that's sort of, I guess, in a sense being passed over, but we're still monitoring how that might look. That's in respect to a worm farm. And of course, we've had, this is a really interesting one, actually. We had a discussion recently around the Easy Buy sad demise at Te Tanganui. And one of the things that came out of that was there was already a system in place to support the people who had come out of that unfortunate situation. And just so that you know, MSD runs this amazing sort of way of doing things where they get bunch of people in the room who talk to them about what they can do to support themselves. And then they have a mini expo where they had something like 20 businesses in there. One business had 50 vacancies. So they take that bit on board, and now CEDA in the chamber and probably Fielding District Promotions as well can come in behind and say, hey, look, here's where we see the opportunities. Let's get those companies into those mini expos. Because one of the things I think we discussed, Michael, you might have been at the meeting, I think at the lead team, where we said that this is unfortunately probably going to replicate itself. So we just need to be ready to make sure that we can, move. But what came out of that was we said, well, let's go back to our investor groups that we're talking about and see if anyone's interested in taking over the Easy Buy site. I think that's going to happen quite quickly. But one of the other options that came out of that is one that we've now passed over to the district to have a look at to see whether there's a potential for a specialist agribusiness to come to the region, to the district, which I think would be fantastic. So it's a great example of where inward investment things just come out of the blue.
Councillor Short.
How many staff were affected with the closure of these?
It's a good question. There was about 60. And interestingly, well, I think they've had a sort of a gradual reduction in staff. But interestingly, when we were at that event with MSD, there was quite a sort of a variance of, I guess, to be blunt, people who were looking for work and people who weren't. So there was and I think most of the people who wanted to have work could have walked out of that event on that day with a job. So it was really, really good. Yeah.
Jerry, we'll just let you control the timing. We do have a 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be.
But I'm just thinking there might well be some questions on this slide. So, Councillor Blackmore.
Yeah, really just thank you. Following up from Councillor Short's question, did you know through that expo and as people were coming out of Easy Buy, were you seeing a direct match of skill requirements, or is there a shifting kind of skill profile needed?
The company that had the 50 vacancies was foodstuffs.
Okay.
So they were very matched. But there was a whole lot of different, there was 4 recruitment agencies in there. So there could be people looking for career shifts as well. And how we can help with that is pass them over if they wanted to sort of have a short course training opportunity. We could pass them on to Te Pukenga UCOL or a private provider just to help them bridge that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite varied.
Yeah. Thank you. And another question, I suppose stepping back for any single initiative there, in terms of your inward investment, how do you approach various kind of time horizons? Are you purposeful in the work, or is it kind of more reactive, what's happening here and now?
Oh, it's a bit of both. I mean, for the clear big projects, there's actually and one of the things we're going to get out of the Te Tanganui project soon is a very, very clear timeline, 10, 15, 20, 30-year horizon. Some of these short ones in a project plan, there might only be 18 months. And we have very, very clear waypoints. We've just, for example, parked one, but which wasn't progressing because it wasn't reaching its milestone. So we do have those clear milestone outcomes for them. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, so just quickly onto the talent pipeline, just around what we've been doing in that space. So that we've just had completed recently the New Zealand Careers Expo. Just so you know, there was 49 exhibitors there, which is up from last year. 1,600 students, which is up from last year, including Fielding High School who came through, which was fantastic. CEDA plays a role there, and we support subsidising bus transport costs for schools that are further out of the city, which is great to get them in there. And we've been doing a lot of profiling of regional businesses, which has been fantastic. We've been doing things like Gyroplastics, Three Oaks Organics, Fizz Kitchen, 3DS Construction, Kauta, and Venison Packers. We're looking to do a video profile of them shortly, and ProLiant is also in that bucket. We've got some great relationships with the Regional Skills Leadership Group and the Workforce Development Council. So the Regional Skills Leadership Group is the regional, I guess, quango that looks after all of the employment data and employment, I guess, interrogation for the Whanganui-Manawatu region. The Workforce Development Council, there's 6 of them, and the one that we have a lot to do with is Muka Tangata, which is the People, Food and Fibre Group. They're inside the food strategy discussion and are coming to the meeting on the 29th of June to help us out there. And we're always looking to identify the labour force training options that are emerging, particularly out of the Manawatu Regional Food Strategy. So it's one of the 14 key pillars, is how do we crack that really complicated nut of making sure that we've got labour force demand being met. And of course, the final part in that is looking at our future state around what's farming going to look like, what's production going to look like, what's that going to do for the district, and what does that look like in terms of future workforce needs. Future state in this, we're obviously, as I said earlier, looking to grow a relationship with Federated Farmers, Manawatu Rangitikei branch, which would be really cool. We've got 2 sector focused roles coming online soon. One's just been confirmed yesterday, and that person has an unusual combination of skills. They've got skills in the visitor sector, but they've also got skills in the ag sector. So we think that that person's going to be a really strong advocate for the work we do in the ag sector, which will have a good cut through for the district. So that's really cool. And obviously that agritourism accelerator, which we've just recently delivered, I'll just talk briefly about that shortly. So just pause for questions.
Thanks, Jerry.
Cool. Okay, so domestic visitation, another big pillar for us. I'll just go through some of the key statistics. I'll leave this slide as read. We've had 29 new and refreshed content pieces to showcase the district recently. We've undertaken a lot of new video and collateral fresh video shoots, photographs, those sorts of things, which includes the Fielding Farmers Market, Kowhai Park, Himmatangi Beach, Cross Hill Gardens Country Fair, and the Country Road. So there's a lot of cut through there for product coming out around the district. We've had a lot of media partnerships over the last 6 months. We had a great relationship with the CD Field Days through Stuff New Zealand and the relationship there. Lots of extensive marketing features going through with Tourism New Zealand in relation to that. Our latest campaigns have been running through the sort of the autumn period, have had strong uptake. One of the things that's leading is driving activity on the Manawatu NZ website, which has been a little bit slow coming out of COVID, but has now reached 5% above its performance from last year. And our target going into the end of the year is, I think, 11% or 10%. So we've got 6 weeks to get there, and we think we can do that. So that's fantastic. Obviously, Country Road's been going really, really well. There's been the signage refresh projects in full swing. We've had 10 new entry signs for the region have been provided for the district to install, which is great. We've launched an interactive map and itinerary builder for manawatu.nz.co.nz. And just another one on the side is we're just putting together some packages for what we hope might be some Spanish people coming through to the region to support the Spanish football team, and it's going to be based at Massey for the World Cup. And we've done a brand refresh, which is starting to be rolled out. And we've just done that for CEDA, which is great as well. Just on the Agritourism Accelerator Workshop, we had 25 people last month at the Fielding Golf Club, which was a fantastic event. In essence, this is a cluster for businesses and farmers that are trying to establish, themselves and I guess having a side hustle on top of their farm experiences, which is fantastic. And we're just looking to leverage all the events we've had over the last wee while, the field days and those sorts of things, just to grow the spend and stay for people who come into the region. So it's pretty exciting times and lots happening. Just pause for questions there.
Well, I guess it's nice to see all the interest in alternative accommodation in the rural area, but we're still short of good quality accommodation in Fielding itself.
Yes, and just so you know, yesterday we had our second planning day for the CEDA team. on picking up a project which is going to look at bringing a second hotel to the city and looking at bringing motels to the district. Yep, so we'll be looking for people to sit on a working group. So Hamish or somebody might be able to help us out with getting someone in there and sort of work through how we might push that, because we see it as a very, very important step to take. Yep. Cool. Just around our business and partnerships. So obviously, just so that you're aware, we have a really good relationship now with Manfield, and it's going really, really well. We popped out there last month, saw Hamish there. We had a good meeting out there too, which was fantastic. We're looking to have regular engagements with Kathy out there. We've provided them with what we call event impact templates so that they can look at the return on investment for events out there. Previously, that had been done in another way. The way it's done now is it's charged for, and we don't do that work, but people can do it themselves with a very, very straightforward set of templates, which we've provided to Kathy and the team. We have been asked to be involved in a new project team, and it's quite secret squirrel yet. We don't know what it is. Kathy said it's exciting, but she can't tell us yet. But we're looking forward to hearing more about what that might be. As I said earlier, we've had the relationship out there with Field Days. We're hoping that the BOMA eTipu Agri Summit will have some cut through out there as well. Mana Whenua, we're really looking to grow our relationships there. So Tainui, sorry, was there a question online? No?
Oh, no, that's someone.
Oh,
on-
sorry. So
They mentioned-
Tainui Woodmass has started with Cedar as our Māori relationship manager. He's fantastic. He's had some great interactions with Bridget Atty already. Gerald was in at Cedar last week or the week before, having a conversation around how we can start to move forward with our relationships with iwi in the district. Just give you an example, we had a fantastic Noho Marae stay with Rangatane last Monday with the board and the senior leadership team, which Wiremu asked me to do that on the day I started at Cedar on January the 10th last year. So it only took 17 months to get together. And we're hoping that we can get to a position where we get invited by Mana Whenua in the district as well to have the same sort of relationship. So it's a work in progress, but he's doing a great job. Just quickly on the beer strategy, just in terms of we've had the regional business partnership engagements are going really well over this side. We've got 24 businesses over this in the district who are involved with that, which is great. We've had 17 surveys come back. We've put out about $17,000 worth of capability funding. We've got people involved in the Callaghan program. We've had getting close to now 90 sector engagements and supports, which are separate to the RBP funding. And we've had 4 business mentor matches, which is really, really good. So it's all going well. Regional Events Fund is at this stage coming to an end at the end of June, and we've had a number of events supported with that, and we've had 64,000 near enough allocated to events in the district. So it's going really, really well. And of course, then there's a Digital Boost program, which is a partnership with MB again that we're running that lifts the capability of businesses in terms of their digital footprint. We've also had some great input from the district in contributing to what we now call our top 100 businesses, and it's now numbering 179. We're going to have to thin that down a bit. So we've got 40 businesses from the district. So that's fantastic. So Ross and Lynn, thanks for that. To get that data has been really helpful. Greg and I are mapping out how we're going to deal with those. We've got a presence with an office now at the district, which Lynn and I talked about February last year, but it's fantastic. And I've actually had to give up one of my days so that another one of the staff at Cedar can come. So I've got my first day out there tomorrow. I think there's good tea and coffee and we'll be away laughing. So that's pretty much it. Any questions on this slide?
Councillor McFadyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, excuse me, regarding, we hear a lot from the government around being able to have the agricultural sector use technology, both internally and obviously to export. Are you finding any more, whether there's any more access or additional access to funding or support structure around that, or is it still a bit of a talk fest?
Yes to both of those. Look, one of the key things that's going to come out of the food strategy will be, I think we'll crystallise the 14 to 17 key imperatives into about 4 to 5 clusters. And one of those is going to be agritech. But another, well, all of the streams, in fact, will have a focus on then how do we leverage off those key imperatives to get funding. So the first person I'm going to be talking to is Ray Smith at MPI, just to understand, you know, what sort of, you know, in terms of things like the future farming sort of funds, those sorts of things, agricultural growth, how do we get our companies like Sprout and the factory and those sorts of things to do incubation to not only grow the number of spin outs that they have, but have them staying in region. And I think that would provide a great leverage for those to potentially look at setting up in the district, which I think would be a great relationship to have. So that, look, there is a bit of talk fest going on, but we're mindful that one of the things, once we've got the food strategy 29th day done and dusted, that then it becomes what are the first 3 key things that we need to work on for the 2023-24 statement of intent, which we will drive through pretty quickly and look for funding to keep this moving. Yeah.
Councillor Belsky.
One's a comment, one's a question. The comment is you must be delighted to see the Otaki Levin bypass signed off during the week by government. That will certainly open up Manfield big time.
Yep.
A very quick trip to Wellington. The other thing was, I was asked by a ratepayer who owns the Palmerston North Railway Station, and I honestly didn't know the answer, but can you tell me who owns it?
It's Kiwi Rail.
It is.
Yep. So the firstly, back to the first one, the O2NL is going to be fantastic, and I take the support of it last week positively, but still remain to be convinced about the timing. But the minister said 2025-ish, so start date, which would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep. No, look, one of the things that I've been very conscious of is there's been a lot of discussions and a budget attribution to the cost of the Capital Connect. The date for that's quite horizon long a little bit. It's not going to be next year or anything like that. But of course, the weak link in that is when you get to the train station, Palmerston North needs a bit of work. So we're very conscious of that and trying to have those conversations to see how we can make sure that's expedited so that we don't have flash trains and not such a flash station.
Thank you. Got a couple of minutes only. Councillor Short.
With it being an election year, how difficult is it dealing with government departments like MB? Are they able to continue business as usual, or are they on a hold, or not sure what's programming and funding is ahead? Or
I don't know if it's the right thing to say, but it's sort of similar to never waste a good crisis. I think as you go into an election, there's a great opportunity for the district and the city to leverage off what might be on the table in terms of election promises. So, and again, I think it was at the last lead 10, there was a discussion around what's loosely been called a regional manifesto, I think it's called,
yep.
which is...
I've had 2 emails on it since you've been talking.
Oh, good. Good. So it's where we're actually, a great bit of advice from Martin Dunn, if you know Martin. Martin said to me a couple of months ago, if you are trying to line up what you want from the incoming government, when the incoming government is here, it's too late. So we're very conscious that the pillar projects and the things that we need to prioritise, and I think it was quite a comical conversation where one of the mayors who may not be in this district said that I've got 5 key projects, and I think ended up with 11, but we're trying to whittle it down to about 7 or 8, so that it's just a 2 to 3 page thing that goes to both sides of the political divide and probably a few kingmakers, and says, hey, this is what we're keen on and this is what we need.
We seem to be 7 this morning.
Oh, is it 7, is it? Oh, good. Well, that's progress, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Jerry, thank you so much for this report. I think it's been really useful to us, and really appreciate the focus on the district, because sometimes in the past it was just a very broad report, and we were asking the questions, how relevant is some of this for the district? So you've addressed that. You've done that really well. Any last questions before we thank Jerry? Right, really appreciate it. Keep up the wonderful work for our region.
Just so the elected members know, I'm from the South Island equivalent of Fielding, which is Ashburton. So I've got country roots. And my first job was a grain and seed export junior at Hodder and Tolly. So don't you worry about that. Thanks, team.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jerry.
it's Marion from Age Consent.
Right, and the pronunciation is Marion.
It's Marion.
Thank you. Right, we're going to move into our priority service contracts, our 6-month accountability reports. We've got 18 to get through this morning, so unfortunately we can only give everybody 10 minutes each. But we're starting off with Age Concern, and we have Marion Dean on Zoom. Very big welcome to you. And take it that, well, firstly, thank you for the work that your group does for the people in our community. Apologies in advance for restricting the time to 10 minutes. Please take it that your report has been read, but please feel free to speak to the report and we might have some questions for you. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for inviting me to speak and also receiving my report. And I hope that what comes through is the sense of the benefits of the visiting service, which you provide us with funding for. It's a dynamic service because we're dealing with older people, and sadly, as I explained, the numbers may be down this year because we've lost some clients who passed away, and we have had a reluctance for people to become visitors due to COVID, but that's changing. Just yesterday, I took a referral from a Fielding family who'd like a visitor for their father who lives in Fielding, and so yeah, we're seeing an upturn. If you've read the comments section, you will know which we survey a selection of clients in the visiting service every 6 months, and all those comments really stick out. The visiting service is making a big difference in a situation where I do not see people. There have been times when I would like some company, but no one visits, so it is great. That's the visiting. That's a comment about the visiting service. Another one, the visitor comes regularly, a really nice person, makes me feel valued, has helped me to keep my spirits up. They're a relaxed person and I consider them a friend, and so on. So yes, we're continuing because we know the values of that service. The other thing is that I'd like to talk about new work that we're doing in Manawatu district, because our services include social worker support service, an elder abuse response service, which is funded by MSD. We do health promotion programs. We run driver training workshops and exercise classes. And we also provide information and support and run activities. So one of the areas that we've been looking at is how we can be more attractive to Māori, recognising that under Te Tiriti, Māori have a choice over providers. And so what we've done is, with the support of Rangatani and Whakapaiho Ora Best Care, we have employed Social Connection Kai Mahi, Marina Ponga, who whakapapas to some of the marae communities in Manawatu district. And she identified that there is a need in the Holcomb community for more activities for older people. So she has started a Kororu and Kai group on Monday mornings using Holcomb Hall, which we have currently got for free. She and our exercise facilitator spoke with that group, and they made suggestions about what age, they basically said what Age Concern does, and then said, what do you do? So one of the things that came out was they were interested in having our Steady As You Go exercise program run there. So this week we started up a Steady As You Go program, You may remember that you funded one for us in 2018, which is still going on at St John's Hall in Fielding. So that was an ongoing outcome, if you like, a great outcome for that funding you gave us. The other thing they've said is they may be interested in having a Kolmatua Kappa hacker group. So we're applying for funding for a tutor for that. We also it was identified that there is more opportunities for strength and balance exercises in Fielding. We obviously don't want to do something that's already been being done by Manchester House Seniors Hub, but we are starting a new Steady as You Go exercise group at the Caledonian Hall in Fielding tomorrow. And we've had a request from some of the staff at Tufata Ora Mid Central to see if we could start a group in Rongatia, which we're going to look at. This would be for Steady as You Go, which is, as I've said, is recognised as being a falls prevention program because it is focused on improving leg strength and balance. And what the information shows, the research shows that we don't fall as we get older because falling is due to aging. We fall as we get older because we lose muscle strength, and yeah, we're all told use it or lose it. So yeah, I don't have anything else I'd like to say other than, yes, you have our report. It shows the benefits of the visiting service. So thank you for your supporting that, and that we are looking at how else we can support people throughout Manawatu district, and that we are also working with Marae through our social connection, Kai Mahi. Thank you.
Marion, thank you very much. Your timing's perfect. Well done. And really great to hear about the work you're doing, the new initiatives. And I just love some of the feedback that you shared with us, both in the report and verbally. It's your service is obviously of huge value to your clients. So well done. Any quick questions from we are the District Development Committee. Sorry, Michael Ford's my name. I didn't introduce myself. Any Councillor Short?
Just a comment. Thank you, Marion. It's good to see that you're building up your programs again after COVID, because I know for you that particularly in the seniors area that most of your things had to close down during COVID times. And winter's coming, and that's often the time when our seniors feel more socially isolated. So it's great to know that you've got a really good variety of programs across the district, and we will encourage people when we're out and about to touch base with your programs.
Once
again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to present.
Great. Now we move to Awahuri Forest Kitchener Park Trust. Welcome, Jill and Linda. You don't look like Mike, so a very big welcome. Michael Ford's my name. This is the District Development Committee. It's a new committee. Thank you for the good work you do, and once again, apologies in advance that we only have 10 minutes. But please take it that your report has been read and you're welcome to speak to it, and there might be some questions from our committee.
Thank you, Councillor.
Jill.
Good morning, councillors. I'd like to introduce you to Linda Campbell, who is our education contractor. Lisa was the principal of the Golden School. She won't have her own trumpet, but she's done amazing work with biodiversity education, and she's providing us with some wonderful education programs with CARP that will cover our constitution. So let me talk to the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you, Jill. Firstly, I would like to say big thank yous, because it's a definite team effort and the program couldn't run without a whole range of people. So it's a thank you to Manawatu District Council for their support, to the Trust for their vision for the program and having faith in me to develop and run it. From there, Mike Stone, who's not here today, worked alongside me, and he had a real vision as well of more specifics that we have worked to, and as part of that we created an action plan that we work with. A big thank you to Dennis Emery from Ngāti Kaupata, who is a huge supporter and has always made sure that if he couldn't come, that there would be another educator to talk about the local history and the history of Ngāti Kaupata, using the panels that are in the faith. We're very willing educators for Horizons Regional Council who are very, very knowledgeable, and I certainly learned a lot from them as well. The way we run it is we normally have 4 rotations, so Ngāti Kaupata and 3 others. If all the Horizons people can't come along, I will take the program, one of the sessions, depending on what it is. In the second half of last year, it was a very busy time. We had 7 schools, some very small, some just in groups, some in whole school and large school, which put our numbers up. A lot of the schools said they'd like to come every second year, which means so far this year we've only had smaller schools and small groups. And the majority of the schools in the area have visited. So what we've done is I've worked with the educators and we've developed another program that can run for schools that have already been. And we're yet to try that out, but we will. As well as schools coming and sending groups, we've had some other programs going on. For example, Lytton Street School had a group that came and did a bat survey. Not sure whether there are bats there or not, but we do want to know. And we've got some advice now of what we can do next. We just had the handheld detectors, and I've been around a couple of times. We've definitely heard something, but whether it was bats or not, we don't know. But when they did it, nothing. Manchester Street School has been along a few times. We've had a group that came in and did some work on pests, what animal pests are there. They had a lesson there, and they set out the tracking tunnels and tube cards. And we went back a week later and they connected those in and then identified using charts that I had there for them what animal pests were there. Lots of rats, and this was down the new boardwalk area. And so that's been really interesting for them. There was also that same group from Manchester Street came along and did some eDNA sampling for us. I'm not sure if you're aware of the program there. There's a lot of sampling being done. And we finally got someone from the high school to send a group along, and they also did some of the testing. So I think these are, they're part of our success with the program. It's the teamwork and it's the variety. I've also put together a pre and post document that I send out to schools. So if they want activities prior to coming to the forest, they've got them, and after they've been, there's a whole range of activities as well. And that's a work in progress because there are going to be changes to the curriculum, and they've been working on it right now. It's an ongoing. You're probably all aware of our booklet, or a book. I have to acknowledge Mike Stone and Joe Duff and now Walker Emery for their input. Mike with his guidance and keeping me on track. Joe with the whole design, and now Walker for some of the artworks there. I've had quite a lot of feedback around this, so I know that this is out there helping with education and informing people. The latest was a preschool that I visited, who said, oh, we've got the book and we've adapted some of it and we've just used some of it and the kids love it and we go there a lot. And then also individuals who have said that their children get it and so on. We did mention in the report about a young woman, Rosie Schmidt, who started as a year 7 student making some winter hotels. And I've worked with her on that. She initially put 10 out, then she put some more out, and she's made a really awesome video, which hopefully will be on the website before too long, to show other children how to make them, not to put them up in the park, but to make them themselves. So we've both learned a lot with that. She's really dedicated. She's away at boarding school now, and when she's back in the area, she goes and checks. And her last check in May, she found a gecko. So we've done some investigating and found out that it's a Rokawa gecko, which is quite common, but we've never seen it before. So we learned that they can get through a hole that big and they can get out again. So that was good learning. And I talk too fast.
There might be some questions from, yes,
I think it's interesting that the geckos have found a nice warm place to shelter in the winter hotels.
at the hotel, yeah. How many star is the hotel?
I think five.
5-star, thank you, yeah.
Five geckos.
Yes, definitely.
Councillor Belsky.
G'day, Linda. Thank you for coming on board.
Put your microphone on, Steve.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I'm a
Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming on board, and it sounds exciting what you are developing there. I just want to say thank you. That's all for what the effort you do to preserve this wonderful asset and to encourage people to come. It's wonderful. Thank you. But that book looks quite exciting. So is there any chance of getting that book? Oh, thank you.
But they're available at Paper Plus.
Oh, are they?
Yes, but you can certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Just the one thing you didn't comment, Linda, was the artist and how he fitted in. Nawaka. Yes. So Nawaka was one of the staff from Jobs for Nature, and they found that he was a great artist.
Yes. And then he explained what each of the things mean. So that there's a whole lot of learning. And I tried, when working with this, to think of different areas of the curriculum and areas of children's interest. So like there's some children being mathematical, so we've got some maths in there. Some like to colour in, so we've got colour in there. And the fungi is really interesting. And I've actually had a lot of feedback from individuals on the fungi page and the children having a look around to find, there's a huge amount in there.
Looks brilliant. Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you. I'm really just picking up on your comment around the preschools and wondering if you've considered, or maybe you already do, making some of the resources kind of self-service where early child care carers could use them, or maybe homeschooling families.
I'm going to go on Monday and meet them when they go down to Forest and just have a look at what they're doing. So we've already started talking about the resources that they can use, and we're going to develop what I can do to help them. That's what I'm going to contact, how I can help them.
Well, thank you very much. We have just unfortunately met our deadline. And look, we all know that the young people are the future, and also the best chance of having our wonderful park looked after into the future. So the work you're doing, Linda and Jill and the team, absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much for what you're doing. And if we can invite Field and Community Patrol, we've got Neil there. Hi. So welcome. This is our Council District Development Committee. Thank you in advance for the good work that you do for our community. Apologies in advance for having to limit the time to 10 minutes. We've got 18 groups to get through in a short period of time, unfortunately. Please take it that the report's been read and feel free to speak to it, and we might have some questions. Neil.
Okay, thanks, Michael. I'm Neil Duff, the Treasurer of the Community Patrol, and this is Mandy Ireland, who's the chairperson. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to rattle off to maybe just cover a few points in the report. The membership of the patrol is 25 at the moment, which is maybe not as high as it was 4 or 5 years ago, but it's better than it was 2 or 3 years ago. I think the reason for that is been a bit of attrition. I think with COVID, a few people left, and it was a sort of the average age was, not quite pension age, but it was getting up there. But at the moment, the good news is we're getting quite a few younger people on board, aren't we? So that's good for the future, and we will keep them there. But I think it's one of the things in our society now, there's maybe not as many people willing to give up their time for voluntary organisations, which is another thing. We go out for patrol, the minimum is sort of 2 hours a month, which you wouldn't think is too much for anyone. But often when you ask people to join it, they say, I'm busy. So maybe Netflix has got something to answer for, I don't know, but sort of thing there. One of our other big impacting our performance a bit is petrol, obviously, with the rise in petrol. But we're looking at updating our vehicle, and possibly we can look at alternatives to just petrol to so we don't spend so much on it. The patrol's always trying to get new members. We have a number of initiatives which are working, but as I said, it's not easy. The good news is the patrol has a much more stable committee since Mandy took over the chairpersonship a year ago. A couple of years before that were a bit messy, weren't they, with people coming and going and swapping positions, and that didn't help. But now we're much more stable, and hopefully the committee will stay the same when we have our AGM next month. New vehicle we're looking at. We were going to get one from the council there at one stage, weren't we? Did that?
I don't know what happened.
We don't know what happened there. So is that definitely gone?
Yeah.
Okay, back to fundraising. That's all right. The patrol has started to build a much closer relationship with Neighbourhood Watch because we're all on the same path. So I think we're in a good space with that. We have a strong partnership with the police. We value the support we get from Manawatu District Council. We've got, I haven't discussed this with Mandy, but I think after the AGM at the next meeting, I'm keen to bring up, I think, and I'm keen to do it because I'm not overly fussed about going out at 8:30 at night, looking at having more daytime patrols. Actually, I live down Kimbolton Road, and I noticed that, down by the funeral, Beauchamp's down there, a car was stolen outside of a funeral there 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I can put on my jacket and just walk around whenever there's a funeral, which is about 10 times a week. And, and I think a daytime presence would be quite good. We go out to schools quite a lot as well. Maybe we can get schools to be more proactive in letting us know when they want us to go out there. And the other things, as I mentioned, the vehicles, updating the vehicle and keep working away at our membership. So, yeah, that's all I'd like to cover, really.
Thank you, Neil. Mandy, anything you'd like to add?
Nothing really. That's just all we're eyes and ears for the police, when we go out, and we've got a group there's always a partner, and we do it 7 nights a week, 7 nights every day. So there's always someone out, even if it's at 10 at night, 5 in the afternoon. So we try and have someone every night of the week. Yep. Some of us do it 3 times a week in our spare time. So yeah.
Okay, no, certainly do a great job. And just for the record, I couldn't get a council car either. So Councillor Short.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do, and it's a particularly challenging time at the moment, as we know, with ram raids and car thefts, etc. So is the Safer Fielding and Districts Facebook page associated with your organisation, or is it run independently?
Independently, it's not out. Yeah, we've got it.
I know who the administrator is. I just wanted to comment that it's a particularly well admined page, and they'll shut down inappropriate conversations straight away, unlike some of the other fielding pages. But they're very early at pointing out when this thing's happening in the town, like when we've had the lockdowns at schools and stuff like that, because everyone hears when the lockdown happens, but the police aren't always very good at letting us know when they're over and that people can come back out, etc. So just wanted to make a comment on that.
Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming along this morning and presenting to us. Couple of questions. Patrol hours. What hours of the day? Is it sort of between 4 in the afternoon till 10 at night, or along those lines? Or
Like on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we might go out from 7 at night till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. We, you know, some of us sort of, do it. Others, some do it just for 4 hours, 2 hours. With most of us working during the day, it's quite hard. So anywhere between 5 and onwards. Saturday, Fridays and Saturday nights, we like to go out, till 2 in the morning. I know it sounds silly, but more things happen in the morning than sometimes during the day. So yeah.
It's a pretty extensive time.
Yeah.
You've mentioned incidents, 129.
Yes.
I take it they range from minor to quite serious.
Yeah. It could be an accident that we go to. It could be we catch someone speeding, number plates that are different, stolen cars. There's a big range in there, but yeah, we're always busy, and it's quite good that if there's an accident or something and the police can't get there because they're all in Palmerston, they'll just radio us up and could we go and attend, make sure everything's okay, and yeah, wait till they get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps a question to Hamish. What happened to the vehicle? Could we look into that? Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I suppose really following up then, what do you do around your personal safety while out on patrol?
Yeah, good question. There's always 2 of us in the vehicle. We don't have tasers or anything like that. We don't get out of the car. We're not allowed. We have a radio that we can ring comms. So it's just mainly we stay in the car. Like if there's a domestic or something like that, they want us to, we might park right down the road just to make sure no one's doing anything harmful, but we won't endanger ourselves. Yeah.
So if you are a first responder in an accident, do you have a protocol there?
Yes, we'll just make sure that everyone's okay, the traffic's okay, and then just do it, you know what I mean? We do get out of the car, we do have a portable radio that we just grab, so just in case the police want us, we've got our portable radio while we're diverting traffic or watching someone not well, or in the car or something. So, and a lot of bystanders will help. We'll just give them a jacket or something to watch the traffic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mandy Neal. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
And your team does for our community. And I just picked up on a comment that you made about, if the police aren't in Fielding, they're in Palmerston. Yeah. Not that would ever be the case, of course, we're told. Yeah, no.
They're always around.
Of course they are, yeah.
I must say that we, on a patrol night, especially on a Friday, we might be the only ones in Fielding. No, you know what I mean? Because the police are in Palmy, so it is, quite good that we're around Fielding and helping out. So, yeah.
I think it probably means that we need you more than ever. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Good point. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Okay, cool. Right, we now welcome our Himatangi Beach Community Patrol, Dave Jacks, I believe. So welcome, I'm Michael Ford. This is our District Development Committee of Council. It's a new committee. Firstly, thank you for the good work that you do for our community, and apologies in advance that we are going to have to limit this to 10 minutes. We've got a lot to get through today. I take it that your report's been read. Please feel free to speak to it and we might have a few questions.
Okay, I'm Dave Jack, not Jax.
My apologies.
No, that's okay.
I'll
I
cross
would
the
get
S off.
confused. Sometimes call me Jack David. So I'm the community patrol coordinator for my sons. The Renees, they resigned last year and moved on. Anyway, I'd like to say thank you for your support for the patrol. With fuel costs rising considerably during this last reporting period, we were forced to actually reduce the number of times we patrolled. Normally we were going out 7 days a week, and then we had to drop it back to 4 days because we just, when you got a full bill of 400 a month and you only got 3,000 in the bank, it sort of reduces the thing. So we cut that back to 4. So that was mainly a couple of days during the week, and then on Saturdays and Sundays when the beach is quite heavily used. We're in the process at the moment of coordinating with the community committee on the revision of the community recovery and emergency and recovery plan. So we have those community links. We've got a vehicle.
They can't hear
got
you.
the vehicle.
They can't hear you.
All right, that's why I didn't get it. You got it.
Yeah, thanks to the council. We've got the vehicle that's heavily reduced our fuel costs.
You missed the answer. The reason Fielding Community Patrol didn't get the vehicle is because Hamatangi did.
We need 2 vehicles, don't we?
Yeah, thank you. So the vehicle that's been installed, that's got emergency communications in it back to Civil Defence here in Palmy. So it's the only radio within Civil Defence radio in Hamatangi now. It's in our vehicle. So that provides quite a link there from a Civil Defence point of view. We also have the vehicle mounted, we put it on and it can be used it's got messages we can plug in that your former emergency management officer, Jeff Graham, arranged. It's got messages we can put in for tsunami warnings, so we can go down on the beach and it's a loud hailer and just help with evacuations. We can put signs up telling people to keep off the beach, etc. So that's the radio, that's the communications for communicating with the public. We also have a dedicated cell phone that's carried by the duty officer. We operate slightly differently to Fielding in that we have a team on, 2 people on for a week, and they choose which days they're going to go out and which times they're going to go out. And as with Fielding, there are certain times when it's more conducive to be around in the community. Then, rather than patrolling at 8 o'clock in the morning, when no one, on a Sunday morning especially, first, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon when everyone's on the beach, especially during summer. We've had discussions with the fire brigade, and that's probably helped because I'm a member of the fire brigade as well, and how we can coordinate during an emergency. So we're not doubling up on activities within the village. So how we can communicate. And we're the 2 groups within the community that have got comms back to outside of in an emergency situation. We've had some training, especially fire brigade. We've got vehicles, and we have a command. Well, we have a loose command structure. Brigade have the obviously more structured. So there's a bit of coordination that we can do there. As far as training goes, in addition to the standard community patrol NZ standard training that we do have, members have all attended comprehensive first aid and psychological first aid that's been provided through the Council Emergency Management Office, you know, where they get, I think it's ACE funding or something for community training. So all our team have done that. We've been working with the Community Trust, notably Nigel Barker, for funding to install community cameras within the village. So to date, we have cameras installed on the Surf Life Saving Club rooms and the COSI Club. So that covers that sort of our CBD. And further cameras, and the cameras, they link back to Levin Police Station. There's a group of volunteers that monitor those and can, if the police request a viewing, they can scroll back and find the footage. You know, it's quite an impressive situation they've got there. We've got additional cameras going in at the entrance by the water tower, and there'll be a camera installed in the vehicle and at the bowling club. To date, and a little bit outside this reporting period, the dairy was recently burgled, and the police used that camera again, additional evidence for any prosecution. They caught the 3 guys, so you know they've already proved their worth.
Dave, we've got about a minute to go, just to let you know.
Yeah, no problem. And the other thing I should have mentioned was that thanks to the contribution from council with providing rat tests, we've distributed rat tests, you know, for anyone who requires them within the village. Thankfully, it's really dropped down to maybe 1 or 2 a month. Anyway, thank you for your time. Any questions?
Questions of Dave? Councillor Short.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do down there. I can imagine the cost of fuel is really having an impact on your organisation. I seem to recall that the Surf Life Saving Club have a sponsorship package with BP. I wonder have you ever thought of talking to Alec and seeing whether you might be able to get fuel a bit more cheaply through there? It has been rather noted in the media recently, the profit some of these large companies are making. I just wondered through their relationship with BP there, whether you might be able to tuck in there somewhere.
I can always talk with Alec. You know, we have discussions quite regularly with him through the community committee. The only downside to that is BP, the nearest BP is here in Palmy, or in Fielding, or Levin. So we get our fuel through Waitomo at the moment.
Very good. Well, look, thank you for your report, and thank you for the great work that you do for the community. It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And we invite Brian and Sandra to the table. Brian Guy, Sandra Hardy from the Manawatu Historic Vehicle Collection Trust. So I know you both, so I don't have to introduce myself. We are the District Development Committee, which is a new committee. Firstly, thank you for the wonderful work you do and the wonderful museum that you have. Apologies in advance, we're going to have to limit you to 10 minutes because that's just what we have to do. So please take it that we've read the report. Please feel free to speak to it, and we might have some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Michael, and thanks for giving us the time. And I appreciate that you know, your committee's got such a wide range of groups that you're talking to today. And after listening to things like the community patrol, and I know Alex from the life saving at Amatangi, it's quite a range when compared to the museum. But I guess that's for all the things that make up our vibrant community in the Manawatu, and we're certainly pleased to be doing what we can at the museum. So rather than dwell on anything that's in the report, just to update you, we have been seeing some increase in numbers through the museum in the last few months. Certainly, with more international visitors now, and numbers of visitors are starting to increase. And in fact, I think we're well above numbers last year and almost up to the year previously. You know, we were getting up close to 10,000 visitors. We're about 8,000 year to date, I think. So it's looking quite good. We're putting a lot of effort into, well, actually, one of the things that's helping is the curriculum now for schools is to include local history. And so the other week we had 6 classes from Lytton Street come and visit. And so it's really good. We're working with teachers to try and let them know what's happening, you know, what's available at the museum and what sort of things are relevant for students to come and learn. So that's helping. As I said, the international visitors is a big part of it. We recently had our Old Schools in Action Day, which we have every couple of years, and there was over 500 people there. It was as a fundraiser, as well as letting the community know what's going on, and so that's growing each year, and we'll make probably less than 5, but maybe a bit over $4,000 from that we'll net. So that's quite good. So we appreciate the funding that you give us. It's certainly needed. I mean, the last couple of years have been pretty dire for our income. As I say, with increased numbers now, we're starting to get back up again. About a third of our income is coming through visitors. So this year we'll get close to $40,000 for that, and a third of it's from grant. Well, it used to be a third of it from grants, but recently we've had more than that. And the rest is made up from fundraising and donations and things. But and on the grant aspect, we were fortunate that through Te Papa, there was a museum hardship fund available, and we did get money from that last year. It's they've had several rounds of it, so we've had 2 lots from them last year. Well, this financial year, we got 25,000, which was a huge benefit to us. We've had a look at the current round, but we're not really eligible this time round. We're not seeing a decrease in our revenue. And some of the things that challenges we've got, insurance is a big one. You know, we've got that building there that is cladding, which is a pretty inflammable type of cladding. We've got sprinklers throughout the building, and pretty good system, but you know, insurances are just getting skyrocketing, and we've been paying last year, I think, about $32,000 just for the building insurance. This year, the premiums were going to go up to $80,000. So we've been talking to the landlord, and we're going to insure it just for indemnity rather than replacement. And that still looks like about $40,000. So insurance is, you know, really getting out of hand, and that's something that we have to try and look at with our landlord. But we put solar panels on the roof a few years ago, and that's reduced our expenses. We were paying sort of, when we put it up, we were paying about $12,000 for power. This last year down to $5,000. So quite a significant decrease in power charges, which is encouraging. But yeah, I'm not sure there's too much else to update. Probably better if you ask me questions or ask us questions.
Thank you, Brian. I've got a question. So going back, way back to when the museum was in Bowen Street, now I've got a figure in my head that I think that I remember the sort of the numbers through. And really it's just a case of, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall it was about 1,200 people a year. And if you're up at 8,000 or 10,000-ish, that's a colossal difference, but maybe my memory's letting me down.
Well, it may well have been. I mean, wasn't really, my dad was involved back in Bowen Street days, and then I got roped in more recently, but roped in is probably the wrong word, but anyway, yeah, it would probably have been something like 1,200 because they weren't open every day. And so we're open pretty much every day of the year apart from Good Friday and Christmas Day. We've got over 120 volunteers, and we're getting new ones. In fact, I was just thinking about it driving in. Unfortunately, with a lot of organisations and volunteer organisations, as people get older, they become unable to help and eventually pass away. And so we're losing volunteers, but we are also increasing well, not, getting new people, younger people in, which is encouraging. But I was thinking today, we've got a bit of a roll of honour of volunteers that have been involved in the Coach House. And I think we've probably got over 50, I don't know how many names there now. There's a lot of people that have been involved in the last 15, 20 years that aren't here anymore. And but it's encouraging that we're still maintaining that 120 to 140 volunteers of our group. So,
Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, no, thanks, you guys, for all the work you do. It's wonderful asset. Just on, I don't think I saw it in your report, but do you do a history of the floods that Manawatu has had from day one? Because if you look in the Manchester Block book, you'll see 1897, I think, the bridge down here, the railway bridge and the road bridge getting basically washed away. And then you go out to Opiki and see where it was, I think in 54 or something.
yes.
And then I remember reading in the Auckland Weekly, Bruce Watt had photos of him way out there on a boat in the Manawatu farmland. So I just wondered if you had a history of floods, because it's historic, a photographic history or an outline of what's happened.
Well, not that I know of. I mean, they'll be there in the archive,
Yeah.
but it won't be all in one place. So
No.
maybe that's a book for someone, because and that's something in the last, or back in November, Marilyn Whiteman, who you'd know probably, manager of the archive until recently, she put together a book on some of the original Fielding homes. And they're working on Fielding businesses. So these were homes prior to 1900. So the flooding of the Manawatu would be a good one, because I mean, that's how the Manawatu plains were built, I guess, over millennia. And but for recent settlement, it's had a huge impact on the way we've built our roads, the way we've farmed, the way our communities have developed, and I guess now we're seeing it in other regions, obviously in recent times. But maybe that's a project for someone.
Also, it could be a special exhibition too, because our display team like to have something that's quite of interest to people, and this is something that they could pick up on. I mean, even one of the things I've mentioned to them is Borthwick's freezing works. I mean, a lot of people here in the Manawatu have worked at Borthwick's, and I have had that asked as well. So there's always looking for special exhibitions that we can actually have in the museum.
Thanks.
So next time we have a big rainfall, Hamish, if you could just channel the water down to the museum, and there'll be a new display. Yeah. Apologies for that. One of the great benefits of the museum, I think, is the social side of it, and the social benefit to all the members in particular. It's been an outstanding success for many, many years. And I think it's, for a number of people, it's probably the reason they get out of bed in the morning. And so congratulations as an organisation on that side of it, on top of all the other, the other normal sides of the benefits of having a museum, etc. And it's such a wonderful one. Any other questions? Councillor Quora.
Just a quick comment. We've had CEDA here present earlier this morning, first up in fact, and that's one of our prize exhibitions, is to have the Coach House Museum, and it's recognised obviously greater than around this table and Fielding itself. So well done.
No, thank you. Yeah, and often I say we're much more than just a museum. And like you say, Michael, the social aspect and the Thursday smokos and those sorts of things, and it's a big part of people's lives. And in fact, recently we had a funeral there of Alison's father-in-law. So and it's not the first time. Several funerals we've had there. People have been so involved in it that that's where they want to.
And a wedding.
A
wedding.
4 funerals and a wedding, but so it is a lot more than just a museum.
Well, thank you once again. Thank you very much, Sandra and Brian.
You're welcome. Thanks for your support.
Great. Right, we'll welcome Manawatu Writing for the Disabled. We've got Harvey and Nikki. Welcome, come up to the table. This is the District Development Committee of Council, which is a new committee. I'm Michael Ford. And firstly, thank you for the great work you do in our community. Please take a seat. Apologies in advance. We're going to limit you to 10 minutes, which we're doing with everybody, all 18 groups. Please take it that your report, we've got a report here, please speak to it and we might have some questions. Welcome.
Morning, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our report and to let you know more about Manawatu Riding Stable. You will have seen the report, so we'll keep it as brief as we can. So there's time for questions, hopefully, and I'll ask our Vice President Harvey to just open with an introduction pertaining towards volunteers, of which he's a very active one.
Morena. Finding volunteers for RDAs across the country is becoming more challenging, with people being increasingly time poor, coupled with the need to master a unique set of skills requiring mandatory training and periodic attendance at refresher courses. The complexity starts with the horses of various ages and backgrounds needing to be groomed, their saddles and bridles fitted and then handled. Confidence around a horse does not necessarily come naturally to many people, and like children, that vulnerability may be exploited by the animal. And then there are the riders, all requiring someone to lead the horse, with most requiring just one sidewalker. There are some riders who require two, often with each having a hand on the saddle and across the leg to keep the child stable in the saddle. The riders have a range of mental, emotional and physical disabilities, often a combination. These disabilities range from anxiety with minimal communication skills through to complex physical and mental issues with no ability to communicate. Considering the above, you might ask, why would anybody volunteer? To answer that question, you need to come and observe what these riders get from their interactions with the horses. That is what makes it all the time worthwhile. It is personally the most rewarding non-family activity I've ever participated in, and something I'll continue for as long as I can. Thank you. I'll hand back to Nikki.
Thank you. 2023 is the 50th anniversary of RDA in the Manawatu. We'd like to acknowledge our patrons and life members, Margaret and David Bowler, as without their hard work, passion and perseverance, our facility may not exist. Following in their footsteps has become a monumental task. Rebuilding the RDA rider and volunteer base after COVID lockdowns and subsequent closures has been difficult. We continue to weather the peaks and troughs of attendances due to the ongoing presence of COVID in the community. Our committee anticipates that with strategic alliances, program development and the very necessary community input, that we will be able to continue to provide the disability sector with a service not found anywhere else in our region. The waiting list and high level of inquiry shows us that word has spread that our goal-based programs are providing great results for our Tamariki children, not only from Fielding, but also as far away as Taihape. The positive feedback from participating children, parents and caregivers fuels everybody involved who helps out. MRDA is limited to operating within available resources. That includes having adequate numbers of volunteers, NZRDA and NZQA qualified coaches, specially trained horses, grazing and a safe and well-maintained facility, all of which come at a cost. MRDA provides subsidised fees for the therapy riding sessions with the aim of removing barriers to participation. Therapy lessons now operate 5 weekday mornings and 2 afternoons each week of the school terms. A new initiative to provide school holiday programs that also caters to children outside of the disabled community is popular and growing. This income assists not only in increasing the community reach, but also contributes to the feed bill for the ponies. We are very grateful for the financial assistance from Manawatu District Council. This money is used primarily to procure and train our volunteers and coaches. To ensure continuity, Manawatu RDA now employs 4 part-time staff to feed, pick out manure and perform twice daily welfare checks on the herd of 11 ponies. And we have 3 NZRDA trained coaches thanks to the assistance of grants provided by Manawatu District Council and also New Zealand Community Trust and the Lotteries Board. NZRDA has a robust process in place for signing up volunteers. Nothing's ever easy. A police check is mandatory along with a volunteer contract that covers protocols for children and vulnerable persons protection, the Privacy Act, and 2 character referees whom we have to contact. Following this, inductions covering health and safety for the facility, working with horses and children takes place. Training is both in person and online, thanks to the NZRDA resource website with tutorials, webinars, and lots of Zoom webinars to connect with the other 52 RDAs across New Zealand. This area of administration is shared by a team of 4 dedicated volunteers, and as you can imagine, is very time consuming. We currently have approximately 70 active volunteers and continue to seek more. Whilst many are active retired people, we also have tertiary students and parents from our community who can attend during school hours. Several young people who struggle with anxiety and other emotional challenges have also become volunteers, and it is rewarding to see their confidence and resilience grow through learning new skills and interacting with a wide variety of lovely people that form our team at Manawatu RDA. Whilst we endeavour to optimise the revenue from our ponies and facilities, unfortunately, there may never be enough for RDA to be totally self-funding. On behalf of our riders and their families and caregivers, our committee would like to record a sincere thanks of support. Every contribution helps. Please remember, we'd welcome the opportunity to show anyone around at one or more of our sessions. Just ask. There is so much more to this story. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Nikki and Harvey. Any questions? Councillor Short.
You know, I've always got something to say. Thank you very much. And yes, I have been down for a look several times over the years, and you know, right from when you didn't have your lovely building, etc. And it has been amazing, the passion of the people over the years, particularly Margaret and David, what's been achieved, and it must be one of the best RDAs around, I am sure. Yes, I think we could probably work on coming down for a visit at some stage, because it's great to see the enjoyment that it gives the children and the people that I do know that volunteer, just like you, Harvey, say it's the best thing they do, you know, and volunteering. It's just so rewarding.
Well, it's amazing because we have some of these kids that you know, they're quite challenging, and their caregivers say, well, this is the best they are all week.
Yes.
The feedback that we get is amazing. And you know, there's lots of NZRDA ads about those that arrive in wheelchairs and walk out and that sort of thing, but we see that every week. So it's wonderful. Yeah.
Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, thanks Harvey and Nikki for what you do. It's extremely good reading to find these kids getting a purpose and plan. But the horse industry, or not called an industry, but Apathy Show was huge in horses, and I think the smell of a horse and the calmness that your horses bring an element to their spirit and soul is amazing. So I want to thank you. Do you bag up the manure and sell it, or?
I regularly advertise that anyone can come and get it.
Okay.
Essentially, it's very time consuming to bag up. So our staff, we have a lovely great big pile and we fill a trailer. And I'm pleased to say that the trailer is taken away once or twice a week and I gather used in the community. There's a community vegetable garden and building.
Yes,
Yep,
yes.
and we supply that.
Yeah, my wife read how good it was for vegetable gardens and things. And
good for weed too.
And she bought one out here the other day. She said,
Weed
stop,
you've never
stop.
had before.
At Colleton's, yeah.
Oh, we have a regular stream of clientele. A lot of people do leave us with a donation, but to be honest, they're doing us a favour. We've only got 12 acres.
No, thank you for what you do.
Giving
Amazing.
back.
Once again, great report. Thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful work you do for a lot of families and children who I'm sure appreciate it hugely. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Right, we'll have a 15-minute break. My mic on. So welcome back to our committee meeting, and special welcome to Manawatu Rural Support. So my name is Michael Ford. We're the District Development Committee of Council. We're a new committee. Firstly, thank you in advance for the all the wonderful work you do. Apology in advance. We're going to have to limit you to 10 minutes because we've got a number of people to get through. We've read the reports. Please feel free to speak to the report, and we might have a few questions. So welcome.
So in the last part of last year, one of the events we had was a CPR course. So a lot of the events that we organise for our community are based on requests from the community, and it was the Kiritia Playgroup community that wanted a CPR course for focusing on preschoolers. So we were organising that with the community and making sure we had not just the families from Kiritia Play Centre or Playgroup, but the extended area invited. So that went very well. That was in August, and that was a springboard to us having a Kimbolton CPR course for extended family. So the parents at the original course were very pleased with what happened and wanted to have extended family invited. It's also been a springboard to a course that we're now having at Halcombe Play Centre, a similar sort of thing. Apart from that, we've done a lot of cold calling and home visits, and just trends that we've noticed, the farming community, levels of stress. We've noticed a level of anxiety that hasn't been there always in the past. Very resilient community, but just noticing there are a lot of for sale signs around the place at the moment. And so just providing as much support as possible, either through referrals or cold calling, our normal networks that we tap into, counselling, budgeting, social work services that we tap into when families need that little bit of extra help, as well as delivering food packs to families that might be being affected by the cost of living, cost of food, cost of fuel, because of course a lot of our families are very, very much affected by the cost of fuel increase. So those are sorts of trends that we've seen.
The only other one I can think of is for our senior population that live rurally, as more of them lose the ability to drive, then transport issues and become a problem, and getting them into, there are a lot of activities for seniors out there, but it's trying to find ways to connect them with those and keep their quality of life up while they still choose to live rurally.
And one of the groups we are connected with is the Rural Transport Service Group, who are trying to get a bus service up and going to help support all of our families, but especially the seniors who might be struggling.
We're also working more collectively with a lot of the other organisations. Abel and Joe are networking a lot more, particularly since COVID. And we've met with the DIA, and we started a collective group, which we affectionately call the Globbers. So this is around the glob, that provides the basic health check, and along with St John and the Glob, Manawatu Rural Support Service Digits, we're bringing in other organisations now to go to a number of community events. And the idea there is to provide an opportunity for rural people to engage with organisations that they might not be exposed to otherwise, and also for the other organisations to network and meet each other and see us as an opportunity to work further. And so that's resulted in something called the Community Services Hub, which we've got some funding for. And we have approached the Rural Support Trust, and we are now working more collectively with them and more collaboratively with them looking at working with them with their training and along with referrals, referring more to us. We're getting funding applications that they're sending to us so that we're a more cohesive group. In terms of our own governance, we've done some training, the board have done some training, governance training, and we've now got an effective mentor from Refresh Biz who is supporting us with our growth. And we're looking at rebranding. That's in the pipeline because people confuse us with Rural Support Trust. So that's something that we're working on so that we become our own entity. There's a big confusion.
And following on from that, we're getting a lot of referrals from a wider range of groups now. So the cold calling and home visits are still happening, but more specific visiting to people who have had referrals.
Thank you. Just a question. So the GLOB, does that pick up mental health issues, and as a starting, is that where perhaps some of the process starts? And the other thing I was going to ask, in terms of the stresses and the pressures affecting mental health for farmers, is there an age that's more affected than age group that more affected than perhaps other age groups? Is it younger people, older people?
I think it's across
the board?
I would say
very much so.
Across the board, I would say.
Right.
So the Rural Support Trust supports just farmers, or just the farming community, whereas Manawatu Rural Support Service, we provide a service to everybody. So from young mums through to older people, through to rural businesses as well as farmers, anybody in a rural community.
And there are a lot of families in the rural community who aren't directly connected to farming.
Correct.
So yeah.
We're also working on the new migrant population at the moment. We're slowly, Abel and Joe are just slowly starting to build some relationships there with various farm managers and different farming entities to see if we can support them. There's a lot of things we've done.
Clearly no shortage of work, and interesting you're talking about rebranding. I think there was a confusion issue out there for those of us who sort of are on the fringes, so that's interesting that you volunteered that. Any other questions, Councillor Belsky?
Yeah, well, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I know the stress level in the northern Manawatu has risen heaps, and I think part of it's to do with the rates they pay and seeing the cost of shifting these slips in it to a designated place, which RMA demands. And it's just driving some of the farmers, they just can't believe the waste of money. And I had a farmer the other day ring me up and I had to hold the phone this far away. He was just so angry. And I thought, gosh, his wife gets that, his workers get that. So it is causing a huge pressure. I've never seen it so bad.
And many regulations over the last few years are having that.
They are.
So it's getting to the point where the camel's back, the straw that breaks the camel's back.
You are so right. Yep.
Councillor Short.
Thank you. I know it's outside the reporting period that we're looking at, but supporting the families in the Hongana Valley after Cyclone Hale and Cyclone Gabriel, how are they getting on, and what sort of challenges are they facing?
I mean, they're resilient. Yes, we all know that, and for all the ones that we've visited, they are just getting on with it, but they also are, it's just the fact that all the funding that they've been able to grab it's only a drop in the ocean really with the amount for a lot of them. And then we've come across people that also are not in the zone of what the funding area is, even though they've still been affected by. So I've had some people that haven't even applied for anything because they just don't think that they are in that criteria, although I've said just apply anyway.
Yeah, we've had situations talking to a dairy farmer where he's had to reroute his cows and getting them used to this new routine. So really basic things like that that just cause added stresses. Huge amount of fencing gone, paddocks that can't be used at the moment, what to do with the silt. There's all sorts of issues like that. And it's, for some, it's just this huge thing. For others, they're just doing a bit at a time. Some have got access to diggers and things like that really easily, others haven't. So it just depends on the individual farmer. But yeah, resilience, I think.
And it's even, you know, ones that had done work, and then this last bit of rainfall that we've had, you know, yeah.
What about?
It's heartbreaking, so I'm going to have to cut questions there. So Avril, Caroline, Joe, thank you so much. Thank you for the work you do, and appreciate you coming along today to talk to us. Thank you. And I invite the Manawatu Tenants Union, Cam, to come forward. Welcome. I'm Michael Ford. This is the District Development Committee of Council. And firstly, thank you for the good work you do in our community. Apologies in advance that we're going to limit you to 10 minutes because we just have to. And take it that the report's been read. Please feel free to speak to us, and we'll might have some questions.
Fantastic. Oh, sorry. So I'm Cam, Cameron Jenkins, the coordinator and organizer for the Manawatu Tenants Union. Daniel Ryland is our administrator, and so he's my counterpart when I'm not available. So I thought we would just come along today, introduce ourselves as being the first time we're here, and I thought I'd leave it open to councillors to ask questions, because I think it's probably more appropriate to use the time to answer any questions around housing than me talking to a report that you've already read, if that's appropriate.
Good. Open it up for questions. Councillor Short.
Thank you. Because this is we've only just started funding you recently, so it's fairly new for our council. I was pleased to read in your report that you have managed to help a number of families with really urgent housing needs. You know, we all know how big the register is at the moment, and then supporting tenants with issues with their property or their landlord. And just following on from Manawatu Rural Support, who was just before you, they do a lot of work in the rural areas where they see a lot of substandard housing. And I wondered if, do we have rural clients accessing you as well?
We have. We've also, as part of this, we've also, in connecting in with the more rural community, we have started a 1 day a month drop-in clinic. Our first one was this month, and since then we've had 6 contacts come to us. 2 of them have been, which I would identify as in the rural part of our area, and it is a need. They're starting to get to the point where it is unaffordable, and there are also added challenges around some tenancies are also attached to people's jobs, service tenancies. You know, and some people in the rural areas are attached to, you know, farm jobs, however that is structured, and then obviously when that poor housing is attached to someone's job, it is a even more difficult challenge, because we've got to negotiate around the rules around accommodation, but also ensure that protections are for their employment. One of our just recent cases we've worked on has been a lady in the rural community who had to move to Palmerston because the rent that she was paying out in the rural community was the same that she would be paying for a smaller house in Palmerston North, and by rights made the choice to move to a more affordable accommodation that came with challenges around the landlord and the property manager. So bear in mind, we deal with some landlords directly, but also property managers. So some of the relationship problems are not necessarily with the landlords or the property owners as such. It can be the challenges with property management companies, you know, like property brokers and the like. So sometimes it's not a bad landlord. So I just want to be very clear, it's not always bad property owners. It can be trouble with property managers too. So what rural support are seeing is really high, and unfortunately, we only see the worst of those worst cases in our office. So we're
Because
seeing
a lot of
typically-
worker accommodation, particularly if you look at dairy farms, etc., the way in which it's rented and built into your salary package probably doesn't give those tenants as much protection as someone that was just outright renting a house.
Yes, and that's where that fine line between protecting their job, but also making sure that they have a home that's up to healthy home standards, warm and dry. I have experience in the rural sector. I have grown up living in some interesting rural accommodations. So I can understand when, the challenges that they face when it's also with your employer. So.
Good. Anyone else with a question?
Happy to ask another one.
Councillor Short.
When you have managed to place families in urgent need of housing, do you have some lines of communication with like Kaingaora and some other community housing providers that gives you a little bit of a heads up over some, individual looking for something themselves?
It helps because obviously we're all about the interagency support around that, but often it is really challenging. We're seeing now the wait list. Traditionally 3 years ago, they rank you on a wait list from A1 to A20. So if you're on the A20, that means you're the top priority for the next available house. Unfortunately, when there are 120 people all at A20 waiting for accommodation and only 3 houses are available, it becomes really hard even for us to sit here and justify why one person should get this house over someone who's been waiting 12 months. So part of it is supply, but also part of it is there's just so many people who are in such more needs now, particularly around mental health, disabilities. We've lost a lot of our housing supply with the floods and the damage. And so suddenly we've now got housing that our disabled community would have been living in, even rurally, and now they can't live in those properties. So they tend to go as a higher priority on the list. So then when a family with, a mum with 2 kids comes in, how do you compare that with someone who's, got one leg and in a wheelchair? So it puts us in a hard place, particularly when we have to advocating for clients to get the service, but we may see both of them.
But we do at least have access to higher ups in Kaingaora and the PNCC, social housing and all that sort of stuff. So getting some of the maintenance things sorted, we can make that go a bit quicker.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Tina Korua, just listening to the service that you provide, there is obviously a high demand on the capacity of your rōpū, of your team, of your staff, especially when you do a triage of what the needs are of the community and particular individuals. That's a really hard job to do. So can I just ask, how do you feel about the current resourcing capacity that you have to manage that, whilst also managing sort of the de-escalation and that constant brokering that you need to do with property managers and owners?
I would essentially say we're under-resourced, and the hard thing is it's not about necessarily managing that. It comes down to the journey. So for a lot of these ones that we're pushing to get them in the home, it's quite a short time that they would be, say, with us. That's when we have to go through, and there's other legal channels because it's it's attached to an employment issue and maintenance, and it has to go through the tenancy tribunal. That can be we might have one client but that could be 30 hours of work. And of course we're dealing with the unknown. We don't know what that work is until we've done that triaging and that initial conversations with them, and then go, right, oh, this is 30 hours of work. But this client could be 5 hours because we can get them, I can make a phone call and get them in a house tomorrow and everything else is already all around them. So it's that unknown bit, which is obviously puts the pressure on, because suddenly if we get 3 or 4 cases that require us to go through a legal process, then we only have the capacity to do 3 or 4 households or families. And I think we worked it out. For every $5,000 of funding is equivalent to about 30 households that we could support through a whole legal process. And bearing in mind that these households, some households can come with 5 or 6 people. When we start bringing into the cultural aspects, 5 or 6 people, multiple generations living in some of our houses with our Pacifica community, it does pose quite a lot of work, because you're dealing with intergenerational, and then suddenly people going from a rural 4-bedroom house to there's only a 2-bedroom house in the town centre available. It doesn't work.
Thank you, Cam and Daniel. And I think one of the powerful things that you do is probably provide confidence to your clients, who in many cases would be lacking confidence in what is often a fairly uneven negotiating position. I have been a property manager in my past and experienced some really bad tenants and some even worse landlords. So there's good and bad, and I don't envy your work, but I do, on behalf of the community, thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you. And like I said, this has been the first one. We'll hopefully have more data for the next report once we can actually have some more solid data to report on for you. So apologies if you have any other questions. We are happy for you to, through the office's email,
thank you,
get any extra information you need. So I just want to put that out there too.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you.
Good.
All the best.
And we'll invite Manchester House to the table. So welcome, Anne and David and Maxine. Welcome. So this is our District Development Committee. Thank you on an ongoing basis for the wonderful work you do for our community. Apologies that we're only going to give you 10 minutes because we just have to. Please take it that we have read. Please speak to us and we might have some questions. Welcome.
Thank you and good morning. Now, Max has just handed out to you a presentation I'm going to read to you this morning, and also a newsletter, our monthly newsletter as well, just for your information. So good morning and thank you. As you said, Maxine Adamson and Dave Scammell, our board chair, are present as well. As we may remember, the latter half of 2022 was a transition to some in the form of a new normal for our community to live with COVID, and as it was for Manchester House. So I'll just run through the same as in our results-based report, the same format. So I talked about counselling. Counselling is funded through priority funding, MDC, or own Tamariki contract, philanthropic, and also through our social enterprises of our op shop and ASAP. Counselling funding has continued to be difficult to source, and Manchester House needs to find other sources of regular funding. Outcomes include, for that period of time, success with collaborating with other organisations and individuals to fill the need. A thank you to Youthline to have one counsellor a week using Manchester House premises, and in return, Manchester House refers clients needing particular types of support. Contract counselling, we contract with 1 or 2 experienced counsellors to take some of our particular clients as well. Wait lists are kept to a minimum, and our clients are referred to other services if the wait lists get too long. Clients are triage, and our social workers also step in supporting families and children under PPP. Social work is funding through priority funding, again, Oranga Tamariki government contracts and philanthropics, including donations, as well as our own social enterprises. As in the report, Manchester House Services worked hard to fill the need as we were reduced to one social worker from September to February this year due to an accident that she had. Clients' needs include intergenerational abuse, older clients with family pressures. We are talking about elder abuse here. Families who are struggling through school closures and of late strikes, school truancy, parent relationship issues. So certainly I was, a comment was made by one of our social workers how parents are finding it incredibly difficult juggling children with the previous school closures during that period and now strikes for this year as well. Social workers pay parity. This will be a complicated procedure due to the pay increase will only apply to social workers working with Oranga Tamariki clients, and community funded clients, social workers will be paid as per their employment agreements. So our social workers will be on two different wages. This will also create a pay inequality for other equally qualified staff in the social services positions. I can say that I am very unhappy about this situation. I have counsellors and financial mentors who are equally important, equally experienced and equally educated, and who will not be paid in that same format of pay parity for social workers. We have lobbied through social services providers Aotearoa, and that will continue.
And I hate to be a Grinch, but you might need to speed up a little bit because
Yep,
we are running out of town.
I will. Social workers for outcomes are working with the social care advocate, family and individuals whose issues need maximum time and support through social work and family support. Social workers feel they're supporting fewer clients and are spending more time due to those issues. And of course, I talked about the power parity. Meth group support, again funded through MDC and philanthropic sources. This group did not receive any government funding for the last 3 years, even though 23.5 million has been put into that meth support program. The group is facilitated by Robin, as you know, and we have to collaborate with Fielding Police and Whakapai Ora in Palmerston North. Outcomes, a majority of participants are in paid employment due to remaining clean. One has been accepted to the residential support program in the latter half of 2022. Support and belonging to the group has kept the majority of members clean. Members are coming in from other regions now, like Taihape and Wanganui. Financial mentoring, building financial capability budgeting. Funding is mainly through MSD contract. There was a marked decrease. I mean, that's a seasonal trend, certainly prior to Christmas. When that energy payment comes off in October. And then we always worry a little bit about our numbers, and in January, end of January, they suddenly spike back up, and we're currently at 120% of our government contract with that. Increase in clientele resorting to afterpay services and other financial institutions. Couples with two incomes are struggling to pay accounts because of rent, etc. An increase to the national superannuitants who either rent or own their own homes are coming in for help. That hopefully may be ameliorated a little bit with this year's budget. Outcomes, clients who have not known about Manchester House Services are now coming in for support. And I talked about the energy payments and those other one-off payments that came through last year as well, the $350 that some clientele's got. Food bank, again, funded as you can read. So for the 6-month period of last year, our food relief boxes did decrease back to normal stats, possibly because of COVID decreasing and some of that other funding that was coming through. The food value for that period was $33,000. Not all of this was purchased food, while we continued to have support from donations and sponsors. Part of that, we have set up a small additional food bank at the senior hub to help support seniors, and that was this year's enterprise that we've done. And finally, senior hub. Lots happening in the senior hub space, especially now that COVID is hopefully settled a little bit more. So we have been grateful for the funding from Creative Communities around senior drama. That starts next week, Max. Yeah, we had 12 participants and that's going to be fantastic. Again, we got funding from the Office of Seniors for the Senior Care Advocate and the Memoirs Project. Senior Cares Advocate is in the space of elder harm and elder abuse. And that pilot, which is continuing, and Office of Seniors have offered us extra funding for another year, which is excellent news. So the senior hub numbers have risen dramatically, and we now have 4 exercise programs at a maximum of 30 participants in each program. So very, very good news. The rest final thing, we are continuing to work with MCT around the research project that MDC did fund, and that was under the Smart Community Wellbeing, and our first workshop is at the end of this month. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for doing your best to keep to time. And I've sat where you are and been pretty grumpy when some Ayatollah up here has been strict with the time. So I do apologise, but really just want to say thank you. A huge thank you.
Right.
We know you do a great job. And once again, thank you for coming along and your reports.
Well, we have to prove that we're doing a great job when we get funding. So yeah, a little bit more information. But anyway, come and visit us anytime.
Thank you.
Doors always open.
Maxine and David, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. And I invite neighbourhood support to the table. Welcome, Lorraine and Barbara. So we're the District Development Committee, new committee. Thank you for the work that you do in our community. Once again, apologies in advance for being a Grinch on time. There is only 10 minutes. Please feel free to speak to your report. We might have some questions.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lorraine, as you probably know, and I've met a lot of you. I'm here today with Barbara Wills, who's our Governing Board Committee Secretary, and she has been for quite a long time. So just a little bit of pride that we have that this is Barb's 40th year with neighbourhood support, and we have a founding member, and she's going to have an award from the Volunteers Recognition Award in the next month. So we're really proud to have Barb with us.
Congratulations and thank you for the work you do for our community.
Yeah, she's amazing. If you need to know anything about neighbourhood support, Barb's your girl. So you've all had the report that we put in for 6 months, and I just thought I'd just point out a few points about that. In the first section, we'd referred to our staffing issues, some of the staffing issues we had last year. So I'm still doing both roles, if you like, the GM role and the community engagement. We alluded to an intern situation we had last year, but we will try again because it's really good use of their time, and it's valuable for them to get into the community engagement, some of these marketing and comms kind of students. So we'll give that another shot. Doesn't cost us anything, and they'll hopefully be able to up our social media game, which will be really nice as well. I was going to just move on to, we talked about so we're focusing mainly now on our membership, increasing our street groups, we call them street or area groups, and our coordinators. So that's, we've just got to get more people on, signed up and in touch with us so that we can keep in touch with the community for various reasons. As you know, we work so closely with the police and their and the crime alerts and helping with that. But we're also, and I'll allude to it a little bit later, about our work with the Civil Defence Welfare Committee. So our active membership is now 1,770. Well, we could say that's almost 2,000 because we're still in 2000, we've had for 2 years a new database, but we're still refining that, and you never know what you don't know. So we're just always refining it, finding people who contact us who've turned up in the archived patch and that sort of thing. So but we do send out newsletters once a month to some 3,000 members. So we are contacting a lot of people, and we can email them or message them at any point in groups. So that's our main focus, and it's just getting in touch with groups and trying to, as I said, activate our street coordinators. So most of our work is, we've added, our work with Civil Defence, we've added 2 new registers, which they asked us to help with. One is the emergency skills register for in times of emergency, if the EOC want to know if we've got specific abilities in any one area that might be affected, we can help with that. But the other really important one is our vulnerable persons register, and this is it has increased. So we now have 106 on there as opposed to the 90 that we reported when we actually put our report into you. So that is increasing now, and that's as it sounds. We need to know where people are in the area and what extra help they might need in the case of an emergency. And we have added another category there for elderly and or living alone. We think that's really important. So that's what we're really focusing on, and it's a really good talking point and reason to have people sign themselves up or their elderly parents or disabled, family, whatever. We're just, as I said, we're just trying to connect ourselves with the community and connect the community with themselves. That's really all I can say, but so we've got 52 people who have identified and have mobility issues. We've got 5 who have dependence on electricity. Now that's really that's really important, and I was made aware of that. I was here at an emergency management welfare committee, and somebody asked the power company representative, how many people do we have in our area who are reliant on power, and he said he didn't know. So I'm straight down to the Fielding Health Centre, and we've got, we're trying to improve that. That's really important, and we will have all been aware of for the people living alone, the accounts in the Auckland floods in January, where somebody's 82 or 3-year-old family member hadn't been seen for 3 days, and she was stuck in her house and nobody knew she was there. So it's all about that connection. So so that's what we're really working with. We've been in contact with some groups, Stroke Support and Strive. We've talked to them, and they were very grateful to hear about us and what we, ways we might be able to help with them. And also Think Hauora's Here Toitu. So we're just working on ways we can help with them, or help them and connect with people. We're just arranging speaking groups seem to be very keen to hear from us, which is lovely for us. The sort of the Samaritans and all those, sorts of groups, they want us to talk. So we're happy, very happy to do that.
I just, we've probably just about got to the time, but it might be a quick question round from the councillors. Anyone with a question? In that case, I'll give you another minute.
Yeah, well, I had pretty much finished. Just to reiterate, we are working with the police as well, do letter drops in areas that have been affected by recent crimes or suspicious events. And we get a lot of people signing up with them as well. So that's really us. Nothing much more to report, except our focus is really on getting out there and getting people, connected with each other. Yeah.
Hi, Tina Koroa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just mentioned Strive. Is it the Strive Rehabilitation Palmerston North?
Yes.
Can I just ask, with the Strive relationship that you have you been able to discover how many that are going to Strive that belong in the Manawatu district?
The ladies who I met were from Palmerston, but that they actually live and work in Fielding too. So I haven't explored the actual numbers just yet, but it's an ongoing thing.
I just want to comment on Strive. They're a wonderful facility. So it's a really great network that you've established, and think Holder as well. So Ngā mihi kia kora. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Elle. Thank you, Barbara.
Any
And
other questions?
thank you for your 40 years of service too. That's outstanding. I mean,
I can remember it was Constable Kevin Allen here at the time. I knew him through school, helping with schools and parents with schools and camps. And he got the notice that maybe we could start it up. So we did, and we went from there. It was Safer Communities, then Neighbourhood Watch, and then Neighbourhood Support.
Yeah.
And I've been coordinating my street ever since, for that 40 years, and they don't want anyone else.
No, we don't. We don't want it to go anywhere.
Well,
They know where to come.
a huge thank you.
Cool.
Okay, Alec, come on up. Alec from the Palmerston North Surf Lifesaving Club, who many of us know. Welcome. We're the District Development Committee, and unfortunately have to limit you to 10 minutes, Alec, but come on in and talk to us, and we might have a couple of questions.
Sorry, I didn't get organised enough to get the slides to you before the cut-off date. In the past, it's been on the morning. But thank you for the opportunity. Look, there's a few slides here, but just very quickly, we've been providing a volunteer lifeguard service at Tangi Beach since 1947. We're actually finally going to celebrate our 75th Jubilee this year. We've been trying for the last couple of years with COVID in the way, but it's actually set for Labour weekend to just celebrate 75 years of providing a continuous service on the beach. In addition to volunteer service, this beachhead, this junior surf and this training qualification goes on within the club as well. And on top of that, there's the regional paid lifeguard service. So if I go to slide forward, and that's a service provided Monday to Friday in the last 2 weeks of December and of January. So for that 6 weeks, that's some people call it the regional guard, but it's regional, but it's actually paid. Those lifeguards are paid, and that's where half the funding comes from the Manawatu District Council and the other 50% from the Palmerston North City Council. We jointly fund it. So that's actually provided through that really busy period, 2 weeks up to Christmas and the month after. So if we go to slide 5, I've just pulled out the regional paid lifeguard data going back to 2010. So over that period, going back 59 rescues over that period. And to go across to the far side, that involves about 25,000 people. If you look at preventive actions, engaging with people. This last season, 22-23, no rescues. A couple of significant first aids. Those are probably both where you'd have an ambulance involved. And we do a lot of, probably 95% of the first aids are actually done on the beach and not actually in the water related. They're usually someone who's collapsed or someone who's fallen off something or got run over by something on the beach. or someone who's just there. We tend to get called up if there's someone in trouble. It's interesting, we call 97 preventions. So that's when you go and engage people who are either who are likely to get into difficulty, involving, and I've got the number wrong there, it should be 1,221 in that bottom corner, sorry. That's how many people involved. If I was to summarise the year, this last interesting season, probably the weather up to Christmas is probably some of the best conditions we've had, and I can think of recent times. Really good weather in December. It was really settled, warm, and it built up everyone's expectations after Christmas. And then the first 2 weeks after Christmas, those first 2 weeks of January were pretty disappointing. It was pretty, we had those easterlies that just went for continuously. And then in fact, February, it actually improved. So I think that accounts for probably the lower numbers than normal. But also on top of that, we had probably 3 of the best regional whiteouts I think we've ever had. And again, they were really organised on top of everything. And so I think they actually they were ahead of most others. I mean, we've always had good lifeguards, but the crop we had last season were actually extra good. Certainly large traffic volumes on the beach with the improved access to the beach, which you guys did a fantastic job. The job that was done by your parks team just before Christmas, opening access up. Was just fantastic. And with that easterly weather, we ended up with a lot of people actually using the beach for launching boats. And so we ended up actually helping people when they try to get back onto the beach in their boats and got caught on bars and things. So we did a lot of, helping people reassemble themselves after they'd sort of come ashore and not elegant ways. Probably just 2 other points. We had a few days where the beach were closed because of unacceptable conditions in terms of swimmability. So one of the things we have to do before putting a patrol is go to the LAWA website, Land and Water Aotearoa, and look at water conditions. And so I still struggle a little bit. The stream's often red, but for the actual sea to be red or unacceptable, I struggle a little bit at times. But yeah, we had a few days when the actual beach was closed. And so we put a hazard. We're still there, we won't patrol, but we basically explain to people that for water quality issues, we can't put a patrol on. So that's sort of something that's new. And I'll just finish off with just a congratulations to just sorting out access to the beach. That's been a real issue for the village for probably the last 3 to 5 years. And I think it was probably hurting the village economically. And that's been a huge turnaround. I sort of can't equate the numbers, the stats we've got with just the volumes of people on the beach, particularly traffic. I mean, just all summer, just the numbers on the beach. So people returning and using the beach, which is just what we want to see. And we provide a service that ensures it makes it a little bit safer. We can't make it safe, just a little bit safer. I'm happy to take any questions.
So thank you for the service that you do. I mean, I guess it's early days. It's only 75 years. So, well, you're probably just getting into it. Will be interesting once you're up and running properly, how the service goes. But any questions? Councillor Bielski.
How are you getting on with logs when they're coming down the river with floods? Do you check the sea in the breakers?
Yeah, we're sort of that coast after a big storm. That beach, the beaches all up and down that west coast get covered in timber, and that's been the case since I can remember. It tends to be on the next big tide. Most of them are gone. I don't know where they go, but we're probably lucky in this region. It's not pine slash because we don't have a lot of pine forests in our headwaters. Compared to say you go to the east coast, particularly North Napier, you get up to Gizzy, North of Gizzy, Tolaga, and etc. Yes.
It's just full of logs.
Yes, so they do come up the stream, and again, as part of the clearing, making better access last spring, all those logs were cleared off the bollards that are there to prevent them going too far up and parked on the other side. I still understand there is a process in place to move those. One of the things is move those bollards a bit further out, down towards the water, and that way it would be much easier to clear them on a more regular basis and actually remove them. It's actually quite tricky removing them at the moment, but yeah, but they represent a real hazard. You get people running on them, playing on them, and it's just kind of, I'm often more concerned about what happens in the stream. People swimming in the stream, and they perceive that as safer than actually the sea.
Oh, they actually swim in the stream.
Yes, yes, definitely. It's seen as safe from a probably for the wrong reasons. We're not in the water qualities dubious.
Councillor Short.
Thank you. I was just going to ask about the water quality. So when you said you had to close for a couple of days, was that algae bloom or something like that? Or
And I think I've got this right. I think it's the stream, it's intracocci, and in the sea, it's there's a slightly different mix, but council, the regional council monitor weekly from October, November, right through till sort of March, April, and then I think they stretch out to monthly. If they get a positive test, they'll come back and do it again. So essentially after 3 or 4 days, so you end up with 2 tests a week to check that it's there. We did actually have a meeting with the wider community talking about that, got Horizons out to chat, and they were going to particularly see if they could figure out the high levels in the stream, particularly because we suspect that's what's also affecting the sea, to see whether you could track it. If you get high enough numbers, you could go back and track the sources. Is it animal? Is it human? Is it to try and sense, is there more we could do? So we've actually raised a weird level of awareness with council through community about the issue.
Alec, thank you very, very much.
No, you're welcome.
And we're not going to complain that the numbers are down a bit. No one lost their life, and that was
well,
that's what it's
we had a
about. Isn't it?
fantastic year. No one lost their lives at Horizons.
Yeah.
But look, again, appreciate you guys' support. We couldn't do it without your support, and which goes back up way past my involvement with the club.
Which is a long time.
Which is a long time.
Which is a long time, and we understand that, and we're very grateful to you and the club.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alec.
Have a good day. Cheers.
Bye-bye. And we welcome Plant to Plate Aotearoa. And is it Ciara? Kira. Apologies.
And that's right, this is Julie.
And Judy, come on up. I'm Michael Ford. This is the District Development Committee of Council. We're a new committee. And firstly, thank you for the work that you do. Please speak to your report. And unfortunately, we've only got 10 minutes. So I have to be the Grinch there. And we may have some questions up to you with the timing.
Does everybody know what we do? Does anybody know?
Yeah.
You do. Oh, got one. So we are Plant to Plate Aotearoa, and we attend schools in the district, teaching children how to cook with fruit and vegetables, and also, most importantly, how to grow them. Since COVID, or since in our economic times that we're in, this is becoming more and more important. We're more and more in demand. We are schools, and we've also got inquiries now from ECEs. Our organisation is just thriving.
And Scouts.
And
I'll add
Scouts.
that in too.
Sorry, what are ECEs? Sorry.
Yes, ECEs have also
Early childhood education.
Early childhood education. my apologies.
Kindergartens, daycares, that kind of thing.
That's great. Just
Sorry, the acronym.
I'm at a different stage of life. Yeah.
With regards to our reporting, this was terms 3 and 4 of last year. So we attended, I believe, 4 schools within that time point. And nothing major to report in the sense of everybody had fun. Our gardens are thriving. Our children are really enjoying it. Is there any questions? Sorry, that's very brief.
No, that's good. We've got your report. Thank you. And any questions from the councillors? Councillor Short.
Yeah, thank you. And so do any of the schools or ECEs prepare the vegetables and cook them at school for a shared meal or anything like that? Or is it all about teaching them to do this at home as well?
Our focus is, I'll give you an example. In North Street, they had a Matsuriki celebration, and we supplied them with a lot of the recipes, something that they could do. If everybody brought in a vegetable, they could make this vegetable soup. We supply them with the recipe, or we can help them. We're trying to empower teachers to be able to cook with their children so that we can step back effectively and move to the next school that needs us. So a lot of it is happening.
That's good.
Yes.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. And do you have more and more interest from schools not already involved?
Yes.
To get involved?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we work on a ballot system. So what we do is we get all the information out to the schools within the whole area, and they come back to us and say, yes, we're really keen to join you, and we put them into the ballot and we pick as many as we can. We only work during school terms, so we've got 40 weeks that we can do, give or take things like we've had a few that we've had cancelled due to COVID sicknesses and things like that, but we have 40 weeks in the year that we can work with whatever school comes to us.
And we're a chock-a-block.
We are.
And a question perhaps around the approach or philosophy. So plant to plate. I work for an organisation that talks about grass to glass. Soil care, is that part of your program?
Yes, that's part of our gardening coordinator. I'm not the gardener, I am the cook. But she's incredible. She also works with an organisation called Recap. And she provides all the soil nutrients for plant to plate.
So that's part of the education.
Correct, it's all part of the education around it.
So I'll just fill you guys in. So how we do it is we go into a school, we take a classroom of year 5 and 6, because we've found that they're actually the ones that are better understood what we're doing and how to do it, and safety and things. We split them into 2 groups. One group goes out into the garden, the other group stays in the kitchen. So the group in the garden, they get to learn how to weed the garden, fertilize, compost, turn the soil over, plant the vegetables, and pick anything that is ready. So I haven't walked into a garden yet that hasn't had food ready for them to take. And we pick it and we send it to the kitchen. In the kitchen, we split them into 3 groups, and they get to cook a recipe per group. So we've got three different tables. They're all vegetarian or fruit-based recipes. And then we swap them over after a short break. So we get 6 recipes out of it, and two gardens done as a general at every school. At the end of that session, we all come back together and they sit down, and the last group has set the tables with tablecloths, cutlery, knives and forks, all the rest of it, and they come and they try a little bit of each one of those recipes that have been made. So we'll explain what we've done, we'll do, and what each group has done, because they often don't know what the other group has cooked. We'll do karakia kai, we will serve them all, and we will sit nicely using table manners that they have been explained to so they understand, and they will all try new recipes. We've had, in the time I've been there, we've had one child that has refused to eat anything off their plate, and we found out after that it's because he has severe anxiety around mixed foods. That's the only time I've ever had a child not try anything. Everything has been tried, even if it wasn't liked, and they come back and they go, oh, can we have more? So it's really fantastic to see that whole journey from literally the plant to the plate, and then they get to take all of that home again.
Thank you.
Councillor Belsky.
Is this during school time, school hours?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
On a Wednesday.
Our sessions are every Wednesday, and we turn up at 8:30 to set up, and we leave again about 1:30 after finishing. So they have that morning session with us.
I think there's so many people that lack life skills, and you're giving life skills. So congratulations and thank you for the work that you're doing with our young people. It sounds like it's incredibly worthwhile.
It is amazing. And the support that you guys give us are fantastic. We can't do this without help of others. We have volunteers coming around. We have on average 6 volunteers at each session, and they're not necessarily the same ones. So we have some fantastic volunteers that help us out as well, and they're worth acknowledging.
Judy and Kira,
We
thank you so much.
Encourage you to come along to a session if you're free.
Oh, absolutely. We're at, hang on, next Wednesday, we're at North Street School. Come visit.
Thank you for the invitation. Really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming along this morning.
Cheers.
Now, I think we're going to Zoom, Steph, is that right? And we might have Charmaine on Zoom. Hopefully. Looks like she might be there.
Yes, yeah. Hello.
Hello, Charmaine. I'm Michael Ford. This is the District Development Committee you're going to talk to.
Yes.
And thank you for your report, which we've read. We'll invite you to speak to it. We are going to limit you to 10 minutes because we're doing that with everybody. And then we might have a few questions at the end. So welcome and all yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to pop a quick video on for you guys. I've just learned how to do a screen share, so
You're 3 steps ahead of me.
right, so screen share. This one, share.
I hate you guys.
Okay. Right, hopefully you can hear. Can you hear this?
Yes.
No.
No.
No volume.
No volume. Is your guys? Oh, here we go. Okay. What about?
Wrong part.
Is it working?
We can see, but we can't hear.
Ah. Is your volume turned up?
We can hear you.
Shah, if you just look on your screen and see the settings, Shah, and see, not on the YouTube settings, on your PC or laptop settings.
Yeah.
Just move the dial to the right to 100%. Can you see that?
This one here?
No. Oh, that's included. Yep, but there should, in your settings, in your PC, so settings is kind of like a tool. It's got a circle, it's like silver.
Yep.
No. Okay. No. Oh, getting close, girl. So to the right. Yep, sharp. Yep, come out of that. Yeah, and then go settings.
The one?
Okay. Yep. Try click on that.
That's these here.
Oh, no. Sorry, your laptop settings.
Oh, down here?
Yep. Where's your PC laptop settings?
That one? Oops. Oop. Oop. Oh, man. Okay.
What's happening, Yehua? You might want to, cancel out of the sharing the screen, just in case you're putting onto an email with.
No, because I'll just go through this with you guys anyway, and I can email you the video. I got it made to be able to kind of give you some voice from the police and other organizations, just to give some proper sort of real life feedback. So I can just send that to you guys later on.
Yep, that'll be good.
But so obviously you guys have seen all of this sort of stuff, but what I want to kind of go through with you guys is our program. So I'm going to scroll to talk to you about. So currently at the moment, we are still doing our whakamana wahine, which is just growing enormously. These girls, I'm having to open up more groups because I do like to keep the numbers sort of lower, but I'm getting over 20 girls turning up at a time. So we're expanding that, and they're doing really well, which is in that video that I wanted to show you guys. So you'll see a bit of a story there. Our Schuster program is going really well, which is where we're working with the police for youth that are kind of offending in around the area. We're still getting a positive result of once they come to us, the offending is stopping. And again, that's provided in the video from the police, giving you that authenticity of that it's actually working. Same with our senior boys with the police. That's still going really well. Our special ed programs, these are just really taking off, and we're pretty passionate about these guys. So we're now running a number of classes for people with special needs, because often they are not comfortable to go into mainstream sort of spaces for fitness and whatnot, or join sport teams. So we provide classes for a number of different special ed programs. And it's been really enjoyable. Our men's group, this is just like exploded. So this is for Philly, a real like special class for him. So we're getting over 50 plus men turning up to these classes and more. And the circle is just becoming such a important part of these men's lives. We're now sort of getting together on weekends at different people's homes and having breakfasts or meeting up and organising other events and connecting. So yeah, this is, and I've got some really good statistics around these as well. One of the boys said, oh gosh, I don't know how to stop that. Like they've just never ever had a space like this. And I've got heaps of authentic feedback like that in surveys that I've done. We've been running Pacifica youth wellbeing programs. Again, it's about that sense of belonging and needing to be able to walk into a space and feeling like they do belong with the culture within the Pacifica lifestyle. That's often a huge barrier. So those youth programs, they've been very successful, and we are going into schools to try and expand that a little bit further. We've been doing fast SOA programs within the Pacifica communities to try and help, you know, battle the obesity and health issues that come with Pacifica families. And I've got some incredible statistics around that too, which I'm happy to share if anyone's interested. The Parkinson's is just growing and growing, absolutely loving it. Yeah, really beautiful people. And I now have some of my younger kids that came on as either offending or low confidence. They now come to these classes and work with the Parkinson's, doing pad things and, you know, a way of giving back, because that's a crucial part of our whole program is, you know, you start from here, work your way up, and then be able to give back and help others come forward. DHB classes are still going, our amateur, obviously. Since talking to you guys last time, I've started a Sulimone program, which is working with Women's Refuge, and I'm about to start with the Māori Women's Refuge. So working with these ladies to develop their confidence, and I'm really wanting them to get back their mana, their shoulders back, feeling strong and confident. I work with the police also doing one-on-one mentoring for girls that have gone through sexual assault or family violence and things like that. And that's, the numbers are just constantly coming in. We've all of a sudden become a space where, also that's our normal alternate education, but we all of a sudden, so there's a couple of youth within Manawatu that cannot be in school due to safety for school staff and students and things. So we've got these kids that OT and police have given to us between 9 and 3, and it's been pretty neat actually. It was on my vision board for in about 3 or 4 years time to become an alternate ed, and yeah, all of a sudden it just happened. And so we work with these kids, and I create programs that are real hand-on inquiry-based learning. They're not going to sit there and write a story about whatever. So we do things like, so little Benji over here in the snapback top, he created a business community project idea where he had to build a garden bed. So there's, you know, your numeracy and everything else to design, develop, build that planter box, choose seedlings, grow seedlings, transfer them, grow them into vegetables, and then he gives those veggies back to people in need within the community. So learning in a different way. They're building, just here, this boy just built a dog kennel, and now he wants to build a picnic table for the kids out the back as well. So these guys are pretty, well, one of them in particular is the most offending 11-year-old in Palmerston North. You would read a lot about him, and he's doing really well, And as you guys know, you know, we're working with all the different sort of agencies and our wraparound type stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick show of that stuff, and I'd love for you guys to watch the video later on that I did get collated for you guys. Yeah, any questions? Trying to stick to this 10 minutes, so I'm like motor mouthing.
So you've done extremely well. Thank you. For quite a number of us on this committee, your program's new to us. So I've been sitting here with my mouth open, basically, really excited and really impressed with the range of programs that you're doing. Totally impressed with your enthusiasm. And I'm certainly keen to learn more. So we'd love to see the video.
Awesome.
So yeah, thank you for the work that you're doing in our community. It's obviously of incredible value. Are there any other questions? Councillor Bell, Bridget.
Talofa lava, Shah. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge just the growth that Snapback has had. You know, when I think about the birth of it through Schuster and then Snapback originally, now where it is, it's huge. Ngā mihi ki a koe, sis. Well done to you and Philly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I would like to encourage, and Michael's just touched on it, that he wants to learn a bit more. Boxers know that you can only learn once you step into the club. So when you send the video, e hoa, can you please make sure you send an invitation to all elected members to attend the class? I'm looking forward to it. They're all smiling across the room. And if there's ever a corporate fight, I'd also like you to encourage to send an invitation to us, and just really make sure in the back of your mind, keep in mind of a name. I'm going to give you a name. Hamish Wall. He's really excited. He's really, really excited. So she's writing.
Is he going to jump into our next
Thank you,
corporate fight?
Councillor Bell.
Yes.
We actually do have one coming up on the August the 19th is our next one that we are running.
You do.
But yeah,
You do.
yeah.
There you go, Shah. I've got you.
But I do want to reiterate that boxing is like 2% of what we do. Boxing is purely the vehicle to get these kids in the door. We don't teach them to box, to fight, or anything like that. That's not what Snapback is all about. For different programs, we use it in different ways. Like for my whakamana girls, you know, they've tried all these counselling services of blowing into a balloon when you're anxious or angry. I use boxing in the way of the girls will walk in, they'll be like, Shah, I need an unload. And so the key word for them when they say unload, I teach them is, right, cool, we put a song on, and I teach them that while that song plays, they are all those emotions that are going on inside them, they are just smashing it all out on that bag and just giving it with the rule is when that song finishes, or if they're finished before that song ends, that it stays there on that bag. And then we clean the bag down afterwards, and that anger and frustration is left on that bag. And then they walk away to me on the other side when they're ready or when that song ends. So yeah, just really want to make sure that you guys realize that we're not teaching them to box or fight or anything like that.
Thank you for clarifying the message. And once again, thank you for everything you're doing. And thanks for speaking to us today. Been great.
No worries at all.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Now we welcome St John Ambulance Area Committee. Brian, come forward. And the same introduction, we're district development. We've got 10 minutes and the floor is yours. I won't take up any more of your time.
Great, good morning. I am Brian Robertson. I'm the treasurer of the local Fielding Area Committee. Also the portfolio holder for the health shuttle, which is basically what I want to talk to you about this morning. And I'm also a health shuttle driver. So I'm in there actually doing it. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, know what the health shuttle is and what it does, but just in case you don't, just very quickly to outline the St John Health Shuttle Service, which is based here in Fielding, but we also cover Palmerston North as well. So our workers in Fielding and Palmerston is to transfer people through a booking system to medical appointments. Now, a lot of people get the idea that our health shuttle system takes people to hospital. We actually do a lot more than that. Anyone who has a medical appointment, whatever it may be, is included as well. The service runs from Monday to Friday. It is a free service, although we do get a lot of people provide a koha, but not everybody. Monday to Friday from about 6:30 in the morning till around about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, depending on when people are finished and going home. We have we have 4 vehicles here in Fielding, 4 shuttle vehicles, all wheelchair capable. And we have 2 or 3 of them out every day of the week, generally all double crewed. So that's just a very brief outline of the health shuttle service in Fielding. I just want to talk about, grab my glasses. No wonder I can't read what I wrote. Right, just to run through some facts and figures. In the first half of this current financial year, on our initial report, we transferred 2,450 clients in that first 6 months. The projection for the second half of the year is to transport another 1,640, making a total of about 4,900 for the year. And that's a 22% increase on the number of clients from the previous year. We did 287 shifts with a projection of another 287 in the second part of this year, making 574 shifts. And that's about a 26% increase on the previous year. We currently have 21 volunteers and always attempting to recruit more. 21, we don't always have 21 people available. Generally, each month is about 17 or 18, which is not really enough, but we're able to get by at the moment, but we could do with more volunteers. Money-wise, of course, costs are always a big thing for us when you're running vehicles. So far in this financial year, to run our 4 vehicles is costing us just over $70,000. Our donations and koha cover about 35% of that. The rest of it is money raised by the area committee, along with the other projects that our area committee runs as well. Part of that is vehicle replacement. We are due for a vehicle replacement in the next financial year. Depending on the vehicle that we get, that will be somewhere between $70,000 and $100,000 for a new vehicle. Just to demonstrate how busy our service is, on May the 12th this year, the St John's Shuttle Service New Zealand wide set a record for the number of people transported in one day. It was 478. Fielding contributed the highest number of those people on that particular day. And I think about 2 months before that, there was also another record previous to that, which Fielding also was top in providing or transporting the number of people. So that just shows that it's a busy service, and and it's used extensively. Our clients are always telling us that if the service wasn't there, they don't know what they'd do to get to and from health appointments. We are, I believe, a really important cog in the lives of some people, of many people, and their well-being. So they're always telling us how important we are to them, and if we weren't there, they don't know what they'd do. And I just wanted to, I thought I'd just read you an example of one note that was given to a driver just fairly recently, within the last month or two. To the driver, St John's Service, my grateful thanks for all your kindness and care with my transport to my medical appointments. We are so fortunate to have your wonderful service in our communities. Many thanks. Well, that's just one example, and we get those from time to time. Most of it's verbal, of course, but we get the odd written one.
Brian, it is an incredibly well-used service. I didn't realise that Fielding was up there right at the top of the numbers. That's really interesting. My mum uses your service when I'm not available, and she's incredibly grateful, as I'm sure everybody is. Any quick questions? We are out of time, but any quick questions?
Well, can I just finish off by saying that I want to thank the council on behalf of the community for your contribution, which allows us to run the service, and the community does benefit greatly from it.
Certainly the thanks are from us back to you as well, because you do a fantastic service. Thank you.
It's a privilege to be part of it, actually.
Yeah.
Well done.
And thanks very much for coming in this morning as well.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Brian. Welcome to Manawa Family Services. Dave and Andrew, I believe. Hopefully. Welcome to the table. This is our District Development Committee. I'm Michael Ford. And firstly, thank you for the great work you do in our community. And please speak to your report, and we might have some questions. And once again, I'm the time Grinch for 10 minutes.
Time Grinch, we like that. Kia ora, I'm Dave Dorber, working at Te Manawa Family Services. A few faces I recognise, and probably a few ones I haven't seen before. We're filling in for Kylie, who normally comes and presents what we're doing. What should I say? If you haven't heard of Te Manawa Family Services, we're kind of a stopping violence organisation. We work with adults, men, women, helping them take a look at who they are and how they can live a life where they're violence free. And we started that off in 2000 in Fielding, and the Youth and Parenting is a program where we get to the kids before that setup happens. So we work with kids who are violent, and we work with their parents at the same time to create a family that's safe, rather than waiting for the destruction that happens later on in life. So that is the program that you guys are funding with us, and I just want to say thank you for it. It's a program that probably attracted me to Te Manawa at the beginning. I really like it, and I love seeing the changes in the youth and the parenting, so appreciate that. As Andrew.
Thanks, Dave. Kia ora everybody, I'm Andrew Duvertot. I work for Te Manawa as a team leader for youth and parenting. And I want to share a brief anecdote of being here. I think about 2010, we had a project with youth where we brought kids from all around the surrounding schools to come and talk with the counsellors about where they felt safe in Fielding. And that was the last time I was actually in this building. It's a really, really nice memory, because it was a pretty special kind of opportunity, I guess, to bring people such as yourselves together with young people and just talk about where they felt safe and where they didn't within the region. And I guess it probably also reflects the range of stuff we try and cover with regard to stopping violence, or really about promoting safety. So as a team leader, we've got a pretty strong team at the moment, probably stronger than it's been for a very long time. We've got a psychologist in training who's specialising in neurodiversity, and she's helping support us learn more about working with young people, because that seems to be one of the trends, being diagnosed or not diagnosed with neurodiversity, being on the spectrum and whatever, and parents really struggling with their children's behaviour and parents struggling with their own behaviour around parenting those children. And through the COVID times, if you like, the last few years, it's just multiplied the complexities and the challenges around all of these diversities and how kids are fitting in and not fitting into schools. We have a recent graduate social worker on our team, Ellen, who's just a very enthusiastic, really motivated young woman who loves working with kids particularly. And our other counsellor is from MASH, which she joined us last year and specialises in working as a counsellor with parents around looking after themselves and keeping safe and being responsible parents. The program itself has been very well established through alongside our men's and women's programs for a very long time in terms of its core content. What we've found though, since COVID essentially, especially since the second lockdown, that attendance and participation has become a real challenge because clients are really, it feels like society's changed, it's shifted a bit. So we're finding that we're having to really look at how we do our program. We still have a lot of clients who are willing to come every week and address those issues, but due to the range of kind of ongoing issues with anxiety and depression and almost like a willingness to commit to things really and to reliably attend things with the associated probably living cost challenges, it's become more of a challenge for us to reach out to people, to adapt to their needs, to do more phone calls. We're looking at doing sort of visits to homes and seeing children in schools and things like this because it just feels like we need to be more adaptable. But essentially the need is more than ever. The family violence statement covers, it's really broad, but really if we think of parents and kids not feeling safe in their own homes and not doing well and not being happy, that those challenges are very real everywhere. So we're typically trying to fill the gap between pretty much every other service that isn't filled because CAFs, the mental health services are obviously overflowing, but also a lot of our clients don't fit their criteria because they're kind of behavioural. But actually there's a lot of it. So yeah, we're in a transitional phase really, which we're really excited about because the work's always so rewarding when you know that kids are feeling safer and parents are actually just feeling more confident about what they're doing. Because there's a lot of parents really struggling, even, shall I say, everyday parents just really struggling to cope with the changing trends with social media and all these kinds of things. So just helping build that I guess confidence and resilience and safety into homes is a real challenge. And yeah, I guess we've got a niche, but it's always adapting. And that's what we're doing. What was I going to say? I think I've covered most of the things I wanted to talk about. Yeah, so thank you. Hand you back to you, Dave.
How's our time? Got questions?
Councillor Short.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. It's very established and got a great reputation in our community. And I know you expanded into Palmerston North as well. Where do you get your referrals from? Police, youth aid, family court? Do people self-refer? Whereabouts how are the families coming to you? Through which channels?
Yes to all of those. Just going through that, police, less police at the moment. And family court are not referring to us for the youth program, they do for the other programs. Quite often it's RTLBs, schools, and a lot of word of mouth. One person's looking at their child or seeing somebody else's child and saying, you need this program. That's what's going to change your life as well. They can do it on our website. We've set that up so it's far easier for people to come in the door. But we do while we take self-referrals, it's quite nice to have an organisation behind them so we can actually coordinate and get more information about the client as well. So a few other social service agencies around the place refer.
And through our men's and women's groups too.
Yeah, so for men do a men's program, they get to the end of it, the relationship with the child still needs working on, we bring them in and do it that way.
Thank you. Any other questions? I attended one of your AGMs a few years ago now, and it was, I still think about it. It was just opened my mind to, I didn't realise the range of work you did and some of the stories that were shared. had quite an effect on me. So thank you for the work that you do. It is magnificent. And thank you for coming. Thanks for your report. Thanks for coming along today.
Cheers. Thanks, everybody. Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Dave and Andrew, really good. Thanks. I think we've got Kate and Chris. All right, welcome. Come on up. So my name is Michael Ford. This is at the District Development Committee of Manawatu District Council. It's a new committee. So firstly, thank you for the good work that you do in our community. Apologies in advance for the 10-minute time limit, which I'm a bit of a Grinch on, only because I have to be. So please, thank you for your report. Please speak to it and we might have some questions.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Kate Atlin and I'm Tumu Whakahaere or Manager of Whatunga Tuao Volunteer Central.
I'm Chris Appleton. I'm the Chairman of the board for Whatunga Tuao Volunteer Central.
And thank you for the opportunity to come and talk with you. Whatunga Tuao Volunteer Central had a very successful 6 months between July to December last year, in the respect that we set up an essential wellbeing delivery service for people who were isolating from COVID. So we were getting referrals from what was the DHB back then and MSD and community connectors to provide food parcels, go shopping for people, getting medication deliveries from pharmacy, going and picking up the medication and taking it to people's homes. We developed a template and a system for that service, which was actually adopted by 4 other volunteer centres around the country. So we were leaders in that respect, and it actually assisted us in being able to provide a really good service for people while they were still not able to connect or get out into the community. There was still some part of the community reaching them. So that was very successful. Apart from that, our volunteer numbers have grown, despite people saying there aren't volunteers out there. The volunteer numbers have grown. And our satisfaction results of both our organisations, the member organisations that we have, and the volunteer experience has both increased, which is awesome. And it's probably the best thing is being able to get back out into the community now and meet with people face to face. So we're making a real effort of being out in the community in different places, just so people can actually have the opportunity to come out of their home safely and meet and potentially connect with other people. So we're really pleased about that. One of the things that we did put in the report is that we were going to look at the governance mentor-mentee program again this year. Because of our workloads, we actually haven't initiated that this year because it did take quite a bit of extra work last year, and we really didn't have the capacity to do that this year. Hopefully next year we will be able to.
Well, from a board's point of view, we're really happy with the progress that we've made over here. I think the service is a lot better than it has been in the past. It's not just about the increasing numbers in a difficult environment with COVID or post-COVID and people getting out and connecting with their communities. It's also about the quality of those connections. And I think this, for me, the 78% satisfaction rate in the report it speaks volumes to the fact that we're actually focused more on the quality of the things that we do rather than just trying to increase the numbers per se. So I think we're in a good space. I think there's always going to be work to do, and there's always room for improvement, but we're quite happy with what's going on so far.
So just reading the report, 21 new volunteers per month, is that?
Yes.
That's a lot.
That's the average.
It's not a typo, no?
No, that's the average.
I'm just you think that it's a typo.
I'm impressed, yeah.
That number's pretty consistent. However, it will be a lot more this month because we went to the Careers Expo over in Palmerston North last week, where the secondary schools from here came over, and we got 188 expressions of interest from young people, some of them from here. So, and just to update you as well, before the question gets asked of me, is what are the volunteer recognition event nomination numbers looking like for Manawatu? Well, nominations have closed, and I am very happy to say that 20 out of the 71 that we received last year, we got 32 overall last year, we got 71 this year. 20 of those are from Manawatu. So that's awesome that the community is starting to recognise their volunteers a bit more too.
Great. Questions, councillors? Councillor Short, not
Thank
like
you.
you.
No. I'm pleased to hear that there's some nominations for your volunteer awards, because I saw last year there was, I think, was it none for the Manawatu district?
I think we had 3
Yeah.
last year.
I'm sure you're probably aware, it's almost lines up with our own community honours, which have just opened for nominations at the moment, which closes at the end of June, end of July, I can't remember. So, yeah, some people are can send them both. If they've written all the information down, they might as well send them both places. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Well, look, on that basis, just a huge thank you for the work you do, for the volunteers that make a difference in our community. It's communities run on the strength of volunteers, and so yeah, thank you, and thanks for your report, and thanks for coming in today.
Appreciate your time.
No,
Great.
Go to the back and just give them a chain of piece of paper.
Right, Delia. Right. Delia, welcome. Come on up. And Rarity, welcome. Come on up. So we're the District Development Committee, which is a new committee. And firstly, I'd just like to say welcome. Thank you for the work that you do in our community. And apologies in advance for the 10-minute time limit. And I am the Grinch on the clock. Please feel, well, just the Grinch. Alison's getting back at me, so that's fair. That's good. Please feel free to speak to your report, and we might have some questions, but very, very warm welcome.
Let's find the report.
Just before we begin, I just want to introduce ourselves. My name is Delia Mataki, and I work at Whanau Tahua Beautiful Families Trust. We've been here for about 13, 14 years this year with the new kids on the block in the building, and familiar with the other organisations that are here also. Whanau Tahua was created because of the gaps for Māori in this community. So now we've been here for 14 years. We've been going okay also. We do counselling, social services, we do youth programs, wahine programs, and just recently we've started Te Reo Māori. Beginners, so if any of you want to come, haramai. Yeah, so that's just a little bit about us. But pertaining to this, why we have come here today is about Matariki. Now, we've been doing Matariki now for about 8, 9 years, maybe 9 years this year. And it's one of the biggest Māori programs in this area. We started off inside, just down there in the square, used to stand there in the square. And it started off very small. We only had about 2 or 3 schools coming. And over the years, it's grown. We have nearly every school in this community here now, as well as Halcombe and Hatapaora Boys College, who come along and lift our day for Matariki. It's very special for us. It's like the new beginnings of the year for Māori. So that's just a little bit about us. This, by the way, is my son, Rari Jet. You probably are familiar with him.
We've met once or twice.
So I'll pass the time over to him.
Tēnā tātou me ngā mihi o te wā. Ka tautoko ngā mihi o tuku māma nei, kia koutou rā, ki tēnā o koutou. Ngā mihi nei. So just further to what my mother has laid on the table in the report, it talks a little bit about anything that we want to bring to the attention. And so basically just wanted to start off to mihi and acknowledge the funding that's put aside for community development. It's never really a big pocket of money that we really want to invest, but it's been great that it's been prioritized for specific kaupapa and for specific organizations to maximize the opportunities. In the report, you'll see one of the questions was to briefly describe any ideas or approaches that you may have to improve or accelerate your performance. One of the focus or the objectives of the organisation for Whānau Ātaahua is not to grow the organisation itself, it's actually to grow capability in the community. And so one of the things we really invest in when we're doing programs, when we're really focusing on whānau, is to actually go to whānau to be able to support others within the community. That way we don't need more money for FTEs and things like that. And so it's for the strength of the organisation, it's growing the relationships that allow us to feed into communities to service and support themselves. And for most of them, some of the successes we've seen in terms of how we've delivered and what we've supported is you look at the Reo programs, they actually go home and they actually start teaching families, and then those spill into generations. And so these seeds, these small seeds that we've been able to plant as an organisation with the limited capacity to be able to get a real bang for buck, I guess, if you're looking for the ROI. So being true to that value of not growing an organisation but a community, it really helps us to focus the approach in terms of when we deliver and how we do that. My mother referred to a Wahine Ātaahua program that she's developed and delivered for women in the community. And so for us, the first place or the heart of the home sits with the mothers. And so that's why that program was really important to deliver, to start with the mothers and then start to grow and influence from that sphere, from that space. We know within ourselves, within our tribal practices, that when the whare is right, the whānau seems to do well. I think the Western adage is happy wife, happy life. So yeah, so those are some of the things that we've identified in our report. One of the successes we've talked about here is a single mother, single parent who was self-sabotaging, and working with her and being able to open spaces within herself and explore those spaces independently and with care and consideration has allowed her to grow into a person who is now no longer someone who sits on the sideline of her own life and is a bit more active with herself and her children in the life that they live. So yeah, I'm sure 10 minutes is up by now. So I'm going to throw the time back to you.
Thank you both. Questions, councillors? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. In your report, you talk about training remaining a barrier. Could you expand a little bit on what you mean by that?
It's hard to find training that's validated in a mainstream context. Often we try to go for training that gives us some kind of certification or some kind of level up in terms of the skill set, and often that's attached to a larger sum of money. Whereas the way we operate, it's a bit more, because it's not within the mainstream context, it's more culturally responsive. Those kind of trainings aren't always local. And so we do have to travel personally to be able to go to places where we can receive that kind of learning and knowledge. It's wānanga kōrero. here. But when we do look for trainings that validate by certification, which we kind of required to do at certain times, those are the ones that are much more expensive than the ones that we're able to access using the current relationships that we have.
Councillor Short.
Thank you. Couple of comments. It's been great watching your Matariki Festival grow from small beginnings. And I do remember when it was in the square compared to going last year where it was in the Civic Centre, almost a whole day event. What's the date for this year's one?
23rd.
23rd. It's a Friday?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We've got a double banger this year.
There's something on
we
the-
don't usually do double bangers, but
Something on the day before too, isn't it?
because the way we've run Matariki has become quite traditional for the schools that we service, that's still held intact. And we've also joined, I think, with your hub. I don't want to get the name wrong, but the the name's coming. But with the library hub, ourselves, and also with Ngā Kaitiaku, Ngā Te Kauwhata, we're being together now to deliver a Matariki event in the evening. In the evening, Matariki talks about different stars. You can stop me if I go on too long. Talks about different stars, but the focus this year is to bring a bit more integrity to the Matariki event itself and what it really means. And so we're looking at focusing on 2 stars within the cluster. The 2 stars are Pohutukawa, which is a star we often refer to when loved ones are lost and pass away, they go to this star. And this is the star we remember our mate, or those who have passed away. So that's the first star we're focusing on. And with that star comes a custom with loss is processes of grief, processes of emotional regulation and how we manage those. And so there's a process and a kaupapa and a tikanga that goes with that. And so within the event itself, there's a focus on community healing and how we can navigate emotions and all those kinds of things to put us in a better state to manage those things. And so that's the first part of the double banger is healing. And then the second part focuses on Hiwi Te Rangi, which is a star often known for goals and aspirations and where to next. So we go through a process of where we're at currently, understand that and create a bit more awareness around that, and then shift into a space for the second half of the event to what we want to do with it. And we want to go. So I'll give 80 the date because she's got it for that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Megan did talk to me about it yesterday. Have I got time just for one more question?
Okay.
Delia, in the past, I remember you talking to us about how people that come into your service sometimes don't realise what's missing in their life, and often it's their connection to their marae and their hapu. And you know, you've taken a number of people through a journey. Are you still getting people coming through that need that guidance and reconnection?
You know, a lot of our young people are kind of disconnected, and so that's a group that we can, or that we do focus on, and just being able to know who they are, that's really important in the Māori world. And once they get who they are, where they come from, they become a little bit more whole and can move forward better. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Well, Delia and Rarity, thank you for growing people, which in turn grows beautiful families and which in turn grows the community. So we really appreciate the work that you do and for coming along today with your report and talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Oops, sorry.
Shane, welcome.
I was going to say Morena, but we're now in the afternoon.
Yeah. Youthline Central.
Yes.
You're on your own today, Shane?
Yes,
or-
I am. Everyone, apologies from my team. Everyone's deployed throughout the Rahowi.
Right.
I've got people everywhere today, and you've got me.
Well, very big welcome, and welcome to our District Development Committee, which
Thank
is a
you.
new committee.
Yes.
And we've thank you for your report. Yep, reports, and look forward to hearing from you, Shane.
Well-
We might even have a few questions.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to take through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon and thank you, councillors. And can I just say it's a little bizarre sitting on the other side of the table, but I'll get my head around it. I'll just take my report as read, but there's a couple of things that I just want to point out of note to the committee is that I really appreciate through Janine Hawthorne a slight adjustment to the way we do things. So we've had a councillor based here in Feilding, but we're actually finding that most of our Feilding residents are actually in Palmerston North during key times that they actually need counselling. So through Janine, we're able just to do a little shift there and say, look, it's okay to see Feilding residents in Palmerston rather than having my team come over to Feilding to see them. So I really appreciate the flexibility. That's really smart. Just want to point out to the committee that Youthline has been in operation throughout the Manawatu in various fluctuations of strength for about 50 years now. And we've probably been at our strongest we have been. There's 16, including an intern for counselling and another 2 in the Wairarapa. So there's 18 all up in Central North Island. We're not government funded. The only funding we receive through the government is through contracts. So there is, I just want to put that out there because there's quite a perception that we're government funded and that we're only the helpline. The helpline, the 0800 number and text to talk is only about 7% of actually our business here in Central North Island. Most of our team are youth workers who are actively mentoring and delivering programs in schools, and our counselling team who are obviously doing the counselling component. So I just wanted us to chuck that out there, folks. Of course, look, it goes without saying, Youthline is 100% appreciative of the funding that we received from NDC in the priority partnership space, and we look forward to that continuing in the future. But those are really my comments, folks. You'll see on the report there, there's North Street and Primary Intermediate Feilding High School, Intermediate Feilding School that in East Street. We want to add 2 Manchester Street School to that list as well. So we're in Manchester as well. But other than that, I'm happy to take questions, folks.
Questions from committee members. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. The nature of the program in schools, what's that sort of?
Yeah, so it's a standing tall program, is a bespoke program for the school. So for in other words, if the school's got to focus around, and it seems to be quite a common denominator, bullying and bullying on the internet, then we'll do it. Then we'll do an X amount a week program with that class or with that group of people around those issues, for example. Yeah, and we're flexible around the time. So generally do a 10-week program where we go through a number of things like building healthy relationships, looking after each other, all those sorts of things, being safe on the net. But we can tweak that and we can modify that for whatever it is, the case might be. Just through that too, it's just worth noting that last week, one of my part-time youth workers had 3 disclosures at a school, I won't say where, that took a lot of time. It also involved dealing with oranga tamariki as well. So we escalate up if we have to. So a disclosure, folks, is someone where a young person has declared that I'm being abused at home is of a nature that's worthy of contacting at a criminal level, and there's procedures that we have to go through. So quite often Youthline's involved with those and they can take time. And another case I want to share with you is the other Saturday, one of my team, a team leader, clocked up 20 hours in a row dealing with a young person who they were trying to admit into Ward 21. It involved a heated discussion with doctors and nurses in order to get the rangatahi, the young person, admitted, because at 10 o'clock that night, they were throwing themselves in front of cars. Okay, so these are some of the things that my team deal with, and they stayed with this young person until 5 o'clock that morning until they were finally admitted into Ward 21. So although your contribution may be small, it actually goes a long way to ensuring that our rangatahi, someone's there and following that through that process. They were disconnected from their whānau and their family. We were in loco parentis, the parent, right? So we had to see them through to a safe place. Yeah. Some of the things that we deal with.
Tough work. Shane, the other sources of your funding.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brian, who would have been with me, is away on a family matter at the moment. His world that I pay him for 30 hours a week is literally in front of the computer doing grant applications and report-based accounts all day, every day, without fail. There's a long list, because we're not government funded, there's a long list of funding providers, pub charities, lotteries, lions, just goes on and on, cogs, goes on, and that's how we would achieve a reasonable portion of our funding. The other one is through achieved government contracts like Department of Corrections, we just picked up, Te Whare Ora, I think Haora, those sorts of ones. And we're working with Mid-Central. I keep deferring back to Mid-Central, but Te Whatuora Mid-Central on a potential other youth support contract for mental health in that space. So fingers crossed, because that's really what we need. Yeah. So our dear Brian, just like it's all day, applying, setting down resolutions for the committee to sign off on, firing them away, and not always successful.
I like the sound effects too. That was good.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Councillor Blackmore.
And staff, getting good staff.
Yeah,
working this.
I hate it. I'm going to sit here and declare I'm about to lose 2 key counselling staff because their partners have got jobs in Auckland and Germany respectively. So I lose getting counselling staff is like rare as hen's teeth. So I've managed to build up a team of 4. I'm about to lose 2, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. But even things like female youth workers are fine. It's getting male youth workers on board is difficult because it's not really seen as a male sort of thing to do, which is a bit sad. And retaining, I'm working really hard, and I will fight tooth and nail to retain my Pacifica employees. But other than that, we're okay. Yeah, we're in a really good balance at the moment. But all it takes is one new contract or to lose a contract, which is really fickle. And then you've got a dynamic shift in your employment levels as well, the people you need around the table. Yeah. The CE, I am not the most important person there. My youth workers and my counsellors are the most important people there.
Councillor Bell.
Well, tēnā koe, Shane.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just a question around and following up from Lara's partai about the staff, and we've already heard this morning just that it's a rare gem to have a counsellor that walks in that's fitted to the role.
Yeah.
Do you have relationships with the College of Health at Massey and their social work and their counselling programs that they've established about a year ago?
No, but thank you, Councillor, but we have been working with up until the combination of the UCOLD. We actually were working on an industry training program, and that's all up in the air now because of the amalgamation.
Yeah.
UCOLD's lost that flexibility, that agility to match the industry. So we were actually in the process of signing an MOU with them to actually do internships for counselling, but I'm wide open to, but the thing is though, is that I'll lose 2 out of my 4, so I'll lose 50%. But the 50% remaining may not have the capacity to actually do an internship. So then I actually get into a vicious cycle of like, well, how do I support the industry that I need? And also to look after my staff who are maxed out, because our waiting list will only increase for counselling.
Sounds joyful, Shane.
No, it's just a fact.
Yeah.
And if I'm not going to sit here and it's all rainbows and lollipops and unicorns, it's simply not. It's a grind, but it's a really important grind, because if you look at it from an economic development point of view, if people are not in a solid mental space to engage, the productivity drops in the rahowi. So you don't, you got people who are tied up. So I'm a big fan of mental health investment in Aotearoa, full stop, across all ages and everyone. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Cool.
Certainly the work of Youthline, very, very valuable.
Thank you, Chair.
And the work of your team, the work of yourself too, Shane.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Thank you for what you do for our community.
No worries.
And thanks for your report.
Yeah.
Always
We're
good to
here
see
help.
it.
Yeah. Wonderful to see you all. Yeah. Yeah. It's good.
But weird on the other side of the table.
Look, I'm going to be really honest. This is quite bizarre, but anyway, it is a new order. That's how it is.
All right. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Right. We're going to adjourn the meeting for 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, and particular welcome to everyone in the gallery. We move to item 6, the notification of late items, which we don't have any of, so that's reasonably easy. Item 7.1, priority services, RBA contracts. Go to page 13, and we have a recommendation. Lynn, do you wish to speak to it, or have we pretty much dealt with it? Come and talk to us. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions of you as well.
I think we've dealt with it. Would be my pick. And it was, yeah, it's interesting to hear all the stories. So, yeah, I mean, I will just hand back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Quarry.
Recommendations.
Yeah, excuse me, just to formalise the comments we made over lunch, and that the Manawatu district, and I guess a lot of other districts, are made up of a lot of wonderful people, volunteers who go to make our community what it is. And when you put them all together in one room and you hear their stories, it's a really moving occasion. And so we're very fortunate in that we have them and such willingness to work for our community. So yeah, and good job on your behalf in keeping them under tow.
It's, you know, look, this is Janine's work, and you know, she does a really good job in this space. She's got lasting relationships with many of these people, and yeah, and it is a privilege, isn't it, to be able to help all those people that are volunteers to do their, it's quite powerful, really.
Yes.
So, yeah, agree.
Thank you, Councillor Quarry. Very fine words, which I completely concur with. Right, we have a recommendation. Councillor Short would like to move.
That the Community Development Committee receives the 6 monthly reports from the following organisations for the period ending 31st December 2022 is listed.
Could I propose an amendment to District Development Committee from Community Development?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't spot
Oops. Quite right. I signed that off and I didn't even see. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
With
Thanks.
That's fine. Oh,
Thanks,
sorry,
Steve.
I didn't spot it.
It's always someone, eh? Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McFadyen. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Carried. With huge thanks. Now we skip through a couple of pages to page 198. 7.2, the Mana Whakahāere group minutes. Which have been circulated. And we have a recommendation on page 198. I'm happy to move that the District Development Committee note and receive the minutes from the Mana Whakahāere group minutes, the minutes from 19th of December 2022 and 27th of February 2023. Is there a seconder? Councillor McFadyen. Yep. Any discussion? Those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. Community Committee minutes, 7.3 on page 209. Excuse me. I think rather than go through all of them, I'm going to ask if any of the liaison councillors wish to bring anything to our attention. And given that it's not a full, there'll be some committees that don't have their liaison councillor here. But if there's not, we'll just proceed with the recommendation, but just an opportunity if anyone wishes to highlight anything from the community committees, the minutes. Councillor Belsky.
Oh, I'll just quickly add that Apathy District's going really well with their show. It's beyond anything they comprehended, and they run out of food extremely early. And also, just to update, the Apathy Tavern evidently is officially coming on the market in June. So we're hoping that someone will take over with the same capabilities as those that were running it now. So a little bit of sad news in a way, but it's the way life goes on. But yeah, there's a bit of an update from the north.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
Should, Mr. Chairman, should the council look at securing the office of our learned colleague there for future?
Good suggestion.
Community hub.
Community hub for the council, for his office.
Are we going down or we're just sticking a hand up?
Just stick your hand up,
Oh,
Councillor Short.
Just from Sensen, a couple of weeks ago, they held a public meeting, which Andrew attended as well, where Waka Kotahi came and talked to them about the large raft of roadworks that's going to be going on outside Ohakia, which I believe you turned the first side. Is that correct, Michael? So
No, Tangi Utakuri.
oh, you watched him.
I watched him turn the sod. In fact, actually, I was the sod that he turned.
So there's going to be 15 months of roadworks outside Ohakia while a roundabout gets installed. The RNZA of Ohakia's base manager was there as well. It's now 1,100 personnel going through the front gate each day in uniform, and another 300 contractors who go in each day. So getting in and out of the front gate has obviously been problematic, and it quite clearly Ohakia have put funding towards that piece of work. So it's going to be under road management for 15 months, which could be a little bit of a concern for the Manawatu district. Because they don't want lots of stop go. They're actually making a temporary road first around the outside, which they said will still be state highway quality with tar seal, etc. But speed restrictions will be in place most of that time, which from our council's point of view, we need to be aware that it might increase traffic on alternative routes like Halcombe Road, Tangimoana Road, Naya Road, Wilson Road, etc. So they had their area manager of maintenance and repairs, and they told us what their list now looked like for repairs to state highways in this region over the next 2 years, which had been completely reshuffled so that as much funding as possible could go to the Hawke's Bay, Gisborne area. So none of our no mention of roundabouts and State Highway 54 and Fielding or anything to our advantage. I'm sure Hamish knows all that.
Thank you. Kiwateers in good heart. Kitchen, doing up the kitchen's a big exciting event for them. So that's really cool. Anyone else? Right, we have a recommendation on page 209. Someone like to move that? Councillor Blackmore.
I move that the District Development Committee receive the minutes from the community committee meetings.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Short, I think. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Councillor Blackmore, any update on Colleton?
Yes, sorry, slightly distracted. Only to say that, yeah, we had met with some potential community committee members late last year, I think, or early this year. And there was a plan in place to reignite that with a slightly different approach. Really, they saw themselves as perhaps being a platform to accelerate or reinforce the work of other committees. A very small community. There's already a hall committee. There's a very active school fundraising committee, for example. However, I've not seen any of the actions from that discussion come to anything. So I thought perhaps time to have another go, reignite that, check in with them, see what's happening. Yeah.
Thank you. I had the same thoughts going through my head. So, yep, no, I'll leave it with you. Thank you. Manawatu District Youth Council minutes, 7.4, page 314. Councillor Blackmore, would you like to speak to those at all?
Yep, I will. So it's been, I suppose since around December, we have been working with the Youth Council on really two things. One, having a greater view to being the voice of youth in the Manawatu, and have some kind of strategy towards what that might be, how they might do that. And on the other half, you know, a few keystone kind of flagship events for them. We thought under its current format, we would let it run for 4 or 5 months and then do another review. So the Youth Council members have just been surveyed on kind of the experience in the last 5 months, what's worked well, what hasn't, and what they'd like to see changed, if anything. We do have a bit of a view to really simplification, I suppose, of how we run the Youth Council. We had this kind of formal / informal approach, and I think it's probably fair to say it's probably just confused them a little bit. So we will just simplify the meeting formats down, and perhaps just progress with the working groups as they sit at the moment. But we will see, and I can let council know where we land with that next time round.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 314. Would you like to move that?
Yep. I move that the District Development Committee notes and receives minutes from the following Manawatu Youth Council meetings: 20th of February, 6th of March, 3rd of April, and the 1st of May, 2023.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Short. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Now we go to 7.5, Community Development Strategy Relationship and Liaison Report, page 327. And Lynn.
That's probably Councillor Short that could speak to many of the things that are in here, actually, as Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Committee and
great,
and the lights.
Councillor Short.
Manawatu Health and Wellbeing Group. We're sort of in a holding pattern at the moment while Te Whakaora restructures. Oh, sorry. Put the microphone off. I'll start again. The Manawatu Health and Wellbeing Group is sort of in a holding pattern at the moment while Te Whakaora restructures, and I believe there's jobs going out the window left, right and centre over there at the moment in middle management. So, but we are waiting to see what the plans are around locality planning. We're sort of quite a bit in the dark at the moment as to what it's going to look like shortly, but we're here ready and waiting when they are. And also with SYNCOS, which I attended one of those meetings, not with the other. Mark goes to SYNCOS as well down the back there. Just hearing what's happening out in the community. Food security and the cost of living seem to be the main concerns, along with availability of housing. And not so long ago, it was reported that we still did have people living in cars in our district. I don't know, with winter coming, whether anyone's had a better change of circumstances, including in one case, a family. So it's very sad to hear those things happening in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Those reports. We have a recommendation on page 327. Councillor Short, would you like to move? I'll read it out and you can move it if you like. You found it?
The reports from the community groups be received for information.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Bell. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary. Yep, I mean, that is carried. Thank you. Seven point six, funding accountability reports to 11 May 2023, page 341. Lynn.
Thank you. So this report is just providing the accountability reports for the community development, accountability event fund, and also representative fund recipients that have received funding from council over the last wee while. So there is some of these, particularly the representatives you've already seen at council. So I can take any questions about any of those reports. Other than that, I'll take it as read.
Open it up for questions. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I don't have a question on the content of those reports. I'm just curious as to the process people might apply to those funds. How does that work?
Yes, so the each of these funds are they have certain timelines. It's on the website. People can go to the website and they can see you know, all their different funding opportunities and when the deadlines are to get their applications in. And then typically what happens is Janine goes through those applications with them.
Okay.
And then depending, in fact, at council shortly, you'll get the new set of terms of reference for the District Development Committee, and it'll explain in that terms of reference a little bit more about what happens with each of these funds and who's got what role associated with that. So that'll be helpful. So for some of the funds, there's an assessment panel that assesses the applications, and then for some of them, it's myself and Janine that can assess them and approve them.
And is it a matter of kind of when they run out, or is it, you know, there's a quarterly amount that's allocated, or
slightly different in each case? And but the majority of them, it's by quarter or every 6 months, depending on which it is. The representative fund is when it runs out. It runs out.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shaw.
Yes, what was it? Question was around the assessment panel. I couldn't remember whether we'd selected the people for the assessment panel or not. And I guess it's been largely very quiet because most of these funds have run out of money. So something to note as we go through our long-term planning, when you think of all the organisations that have been to us today, and the other good things that happen in the community is what funding we have available.
And as a result of the recent adoption of the annual plan, there's a little bit additional funding for this financial year going forward. And my understanding is the assessment panel hasn't been appointed yet. So that's part of what this committee will do at the next TOE.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just have clarification, because I am being a newbie, I'm confused. So we approved, I think, that block of about 300K for those projects that are in the budget. Do they now allocated, or do they now have to go to another separate panel first?
They make application and then they go to a separate assessment panel.
Yeah, so the 300 odd K that we had the list of projects that was approved in the budget,
Oh, that's different.
so they've all been,
They've been approved as part of the annual plan process.
and have the parties been notified?
That, yes.
That's in progress.
Yeah.
In progress?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, I've got a confession to make. I should have made a conflict of interest in regard to this. The Rongiti RSA had applied for funding to host our annual Anzac Day commemorations. I think we asked for around $600, which we got. The cost to run the event was just over $1,000. The funding went to pay for the likes of the band, part of the morning tea, a bugler and things like that. So I'll try and get a formal written report to you, and I apologise for the delay.
There's another lot of reports that are still due, so you're still fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I just saw the date up until the 11th of May.
Yeah, no, there'll
Okay.
be another lot of those that'll capture
Okay.
the money that was received, so yeah.
Yeah.
Janine reaches out to everybody or Negan reaches out and asks for the report to be completed, so they keep on top of it.
I've got a day or two to go, but it's
Yeah.
still a conflict as such. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Quarry. Councillor Blackmore.
Yep, thank you. Just another processy question. Do we capture like demographic information or anything on tracking kind of where our funding's going, whether it's youth related or like?
No, that's a very good question, and it is something that we absolutely want to do. We've just been, Adie's just started actually yesterday having some conversations around what that's going to look like for the coming financial year. Because it's fantastic to be able to track that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I suspect someone might ask that.
Yes.
They just did.
Well, I was thinking someone, in the community. might.
Difficult.
And it might be, it might be a more complicated answer if we didn't have that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it might also in the future, we might decide if we want to target funding. I don't know. So,
Yep.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? We have a recommendation on page 341. Who'd like to move that?
I suppose someone's got to read. Do I have to read them all now? That the district development. That the district development committee receives and notes the following accountability reports.
Thank you, Councillor McFadden. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Blackmore. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, carried. Thank you. Lynn, while you're in the chair, would you like to just a one sentence update on the work that you're doing on terms of reference? I don't mean any detail or anything, just the fact that you are.
yes, I'm doing some work. Myself and Michael and Shane have been looking at terms of reference for the group, and it typically falls into one area is looking at community honours awards, which we'll discuss shortly. Another bit is on community and economic development. Another bit's on focus group. So, and of course, as part of the community and economic development, it talks about the different funding arrangements that we have and what everybody's roles and responsibilities are against all of those things. So we'll put a report to council on that, in one of their coming council meetings shortly.
Thanks, Lynn. Right, we'll move to the, sorry, Councillor Quarry.
Could you expand on the community honours in regard to what direction you're looking at?
No, we're not going to discuss that now, but we're going to move to item 8, discussion item, the Community Honours Awards.
Unfortunately, I'm not across the Community Honours Awards. That's Frances is going to, her team will lead that mahi out. And I know that she has been, I think she may have been talking to Michael and Helen, I'm not sure, but about what they might look like. I think they're coming up in, they're due quite soon. Yeah,
We did hold a meeting, a hui with the governance team and Bridget, and sorry, Francis and Trina on where the community honours are at now and where they need to be and going out to the community. So there'll be an update on comms. Francis now.
Look at that, timing is perfect. That's what.
Yeah.
Welcome,
You guys moved
Francis.
swiftly through those items.
Community honours
Yes, so
discussion item.
fabulous. So I'm very open to ideas from this table. Perhaps Steph was just saying, we have been reflecting on previous ceremonies, which have been lovely evenings, and we absolutely want to carry on that, the aspect of ceremony and recognising the people in our communities making a real difference. I think it's reasonably fair to say that there has been a particular demographic who have benefited from the community honours, and we are keen to expand that out. So we're working on some of the wording around how we position the community honours, partly to make it clear that you don't have to have been serving the community for 100 years in order to be eligible for a community honour. There are plenty of young people doing awesome things in our community who we would equally like to recognise. The other change that we are likely to make is, for the past 2 or 3 years, we've included the representative grants in the community honours ceremony. For various reasons, we think that hasn't been fully successful, mainly because they haven't showed up. So we are planning on not including that this time around.
Right, open it up for discussion. Any thoughts? Councillor Short.
Thank you. So I agree. I don't think the representative grants, I think they have really worked. I think the intention was right, but this just hasn't really worked. So, but I think it's, so the community honours have been put up on the council's website, or nomination period has been put up on the council's website, Facebook page and other usual places, but it's up to us as councillors to shoulder tap people and say, hey, you've got someone in your organisation that needs nominating. And most years, half of them are there because someone's prompted someone else to do it, because everyone thinks someone else will do it. So if you know of some people in the community that deserve an honour, and I agree with you on age. I remember being at the Epity Community Committee a couple of years ago, and someone said we should, it wasn't there at that stage, someone said we should put a picture of Sarah Harini up on the wall with our other well-known identities, and someone said, oh no, she's too young, she hasn't done enough yet. And I'm thinking, what? So anyway, I think she's there now, isn't she, Steve? I think they've put her up there.
Yep, she's been there for a while.
Yeah, but it's really about getting some nominees, because some years we've only had 2 or 3, and it doesn't make for a great ceremony when there's only 2 or 3.
Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, it's quite an effort to first nominate, or secretly, like do it so that the nominee doesn't know it's happening. But it also takes quite a lot of work from the person or persons that are gathering all the evidence. And my wife Mary has done a few, but it's quite an in-depth job. And we had one nominee from Apathy, and that person didn't get through to the final because there was only about a 1-page coverage of that person's activities instead of supporting letters. So it is quite an effort for whoever is gifted in that way. And yeah, I can just vouch for that it's not an easy job, and to keep it secret, sort of, so that nominee doesn't really know, and some real surprise at the end is not easy either. So, but there are people in our districts that are worthy of it, and so I would encourage our community committees to try and sort of ask if there is people there to get on and do it. Thanks.
I endorse what Councillor Belsky said, and I'm a bit out of touch with it now, but I used to be a secret community person on the panel going way back in Mayor Clausen's time and about, I don't know, 20 years, I suppose. And it was a colossal privilege being involved and humbling seeing the wonderful work, a bit like this morning, listening to what we listened to this morning. But there was a colossal difference and your chances completely went on how the quality of the application. And you might know personally that someone was incredibly deserving, but they only got a one-page nomination. Do we have a sort of a template to help people, the nominators to application form? Is that
Sort of like a website, sort of like a template.
Yes, I mean, there's a form
There
to
is,
fill
yep.
in, and there is guidance about the sorts of things that we would generally expect. We did actually have a discussion about whether the application process in itself was a barrier, and I think it's still worth something having on the table. We're probably too far into the process this year to change that, but I think it is something to consider for next year. The other thing that we would like to consider for next year is the potential to have maybe some different categories, or maybe just 2 categories, a kind of lifetime service one, and then a making a difference in your community one, so that we still have space for those people who have, over many, many years contributed, but also room for people who have done something amazing just this year. Again, too late to do that this time round, but something on the table for next year. The other thing though is Janine Hawthorne is very happy to help people through the process, to sit down with them, to talk about the sorts of things that will help the application. So there's a real personal touch available.
Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, we did that. We have had that where we had honours for those that had not been for a long, long time. Like there was one girl here that from Fielding that won the, I'm not sure, it was a world skiing, bare feet skiing, water skiing.
That was the representative.
And I asked her, where did she learn? And she said, oh, there's a lake at Otaki. Because we've talked about a lake here, like damming the Manawatu or something and having a place where there was water activity, but I was amazed. And there were quite a few others that were given a certificate of merit sort of thing. But we haven't had that for a while, have we? What was that night?
Oh, so that was when we did have representative grant recipients as a section, and then community honours as
Yeah,
a
she
section. So
was.
she was in the, had received a grant to represent, in her case, New Zealand overseas. So that's the bit that Francis was saying, did it work or did it not work? And I think we were only choosing those that had represented New Zealand overseas or at a top level, weren't we?
We were, the people that got invited to the community honours were those who's placed in the top 3 in their event. And whilst, as you say, Alison, I think the intent was really nice, it just didn't work.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
perhaps not quite in the spirit of community honours, which is more about thanking people for their service to the community. The representative grants are recognising high achievement.
Yes, and plus, we are funders of Sport Manawatu and they have their annual sports awards. We might be better directing those ones that direction.
Steph.
Francis, I just wanted to mention that we will be sending comms out to more demographic groups this year. And it won't just be on our website, social media, or through the community committees. So there will be a lot more comments going out to iwi,
schools,
sports groups, etc.
I certainly like the concept of having that second category, or maybe even more than 2, but two's good. I had the privilege of attending the New Zealand of the Year Awards in Auckland, and there was quite a lot of discussion and even argument about the merits of people who'd done 40 years service versus somebody who'd done a year or 2 years of something incredibly intensive. So I think there's real merit in that. Plus, it will help with the awarding different demographics. it could help with the diversity as well. So yeah, I think that's a good scheme that we should work on. Anyone else? Councillor Quarry?
Yeah, I'd support those comments. I don't think a year or 2 years intense service is equal to a year, not a year, 30 or 40 years or 20 years plus service. There's quite a marked difference between the two, because it's the time of service that's involved, but also how it disrupts other aspects of your life when you allocate your time specifically for community service. And I'm looking at it from a service club's point of view, and volunteer fire brigade, for example. Those sort of people do an enormous amount of work at a great personal cost. Someone who comes in and does a project or does something for a year or 2 years, that's great, but it should be a different category.
Cool. Councillor Short.
Just adding on to what Steph said about aiming the nomination forms and information about community honours at different groups, because I think if you look over, say, like the last 10 years, the majority of nominations have come via our rural community committees. Are we capturing our urban-based people equally as well? Possibly not. So I think it's important that we make sure that it's spread right across the district.
Certainly our advertising strategy is different this time around, but also to your point, Alison, we really rely on you as councillors to get out there and be shoulder tapping people. And just to be clear, the idea about potentially having a few different categories, we will not be doing that this year.
No.
That is potentially for the future. Yeah.
So what you're saying is the rural councillors are better than the urban councillors?
No comment.
All right. Francis, have you got enough from us as a sort of a bit of a steer for the future?
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Francis, and thank you, everyone, for that discussion, which I believe brings us to the end of our meeting. Exciting. So I'll close the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.